Entwickelt von Krautsgroß. Warte mal, wir machen das mal ein bisschen so. Gib deine aktuelle Zeit ein. Was haben wir? 18 Uhr? Falsch. Hä? Achso. PM. Also 6 Uhr 35. Mia, Hallöchen. Und Lisa, Hallöchen. So. Warte mal. Kann ich kurz was sagen, bevor wir loslegen? Als ich dich das erste Mal gebeten habe, die Uhrzeit einzustellen, hast du 12 Uhr gesagt. Ich habe das Spiel eben einmal kurz getestet und da habe ich die Uhrzeit nicht geändert. Was willst du jetzt? Und ehrlich gesagt, ich war enttäuscht. Du konntest dir nicht mal 10 Sekunden Zeit nehmen, um die korrekte Uhrzeit einzustellen. Nein, du hast einfach hastig die Voreinstellung übernommen. Mann, jetzt erwischt mich das Spiel dabei. Ich wusste doch nicht, dass ihr das mitbekommt. PS Löwen, Hallöchen. Aber dann, bei diesem Spielstart hast du 6 Uhr, also 18:35 Uhr eingegeben. Eine tatsächliche Uhrzeit. Jetzt weiß ich, dass du es doch ernst nimmst. Als du das Spiel zum ersten Mal gestartet hast, muss es also wirklich 12 Uhr gewesen sein. Es war sehr albern von mir, deswegen wütend auf dich zu sein. Ich entschuldige mich für die Feindseligkeit. Oh mein Gott, ich lieb's jetzt schon. Pass auf, ich möchte dir als Entschuldigung etwas vorschlagen. Wenn du das nächste Mal das Spiel startest und dieses Fenster siehst, stell einfach deine Lieblingszeit ein. Och, wie toll. Mach nur, nimm einfach die Uhrzeit, die du willst. Selbst wenn es nicht die richtige Zeit ist. Ich drücke ein Auge zu. Nur für dich. Wie klingt das? Schön, dass wir wieder auf derselben Wellenlänge sind. Leute, wir müssen, wenn wir das nachher schließen, dann machen wir das Spiel nochmal einmal an und geben eine andere Uhrzeit ein. Alles klar, ich lasse dich dann mal weiterspielen. Dankeschön. Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank. Und damit herzlich willkommen zu The Stanley Parable, I don't know. Ja, hier ist schon Monitor, im Monitor. Prost, Leute. Jetzt wird's wild. Seid ihr bereit? Wir beginnen jetzt das Spiel.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Das ist doch das Wichtigste. Er war
And then
glücklich.
one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh mein Gott. Wir haben keine Aufgabe. Was soll ich jetzt tun? Ich warte auf meine Aufgabe. Ich möchte eine Aufgabe. Es ist doch schön, er denkt nie über etwas nach. Er arbeitet einfach. Er hat hier sein Telefon, seine Uhr. Das war aber nicht die Uhrzeit, die wir eingestellt haben. Es ist 4 Minuten vor 10. Vielleicht ist das meine Aufgabe. Ne, kann nichts machen. Okay, hier sind ganz viele Kästen. Da fragt man sich, wie soll man an die Kästen hier drankommen? Kann ich zoomen? Nein. Was steht da? I hate Mondays. Mögt ihr auch keine Montage? Okay, wir sind Nummer 427. Hier kann er seine Bleistifte anspitzen. Hier hat er seine Unterlagen. Also einfach so ein ganz typischer Beamter. Spaß. Hier, falls man mal wissen will, wie die Natur draußen aussieht, kann man da drauf schauen. Und jetzt schauen wir mal los. Wir schauen jetzt mal, warum wir einfach keine Aufträge bekommen, ne? Hallo? Werner! Werner ist nicht da. Ist Günther da? Günther! 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 Günther ist nicht da. Werner ist auch nicht da. Ne, niemand da.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, alle sind weg. Ja, wahrscheinlich haben wir die Memo einfach nicht bekommen, ne? Ich denke, so wird's sein. Die 431 ist auch nicht da. Mit der 431 war ich tatsächlich neulich bowlen. War toll. Ich bin ja die 427 und dann mit der, ne? Und wir hassen alle Montage.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Wo seid ihr, meine Coworker? Wo seid denn ihr? Hier, er hat seinen ganzen PC gleich mitgenommen. Er fragt, wer gefurzt hat. Ich war es nicht. Okay, ich muss mal gucken, was wir alles hier drücken können. Wir wollen ja nichts übersehen. Moment, ich höre was. Der PC ist noch an. Ja, vielleicht ist so.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. Nor did it advance the story in any way.
Hallo, Entschuldigung, ich wollte halt einfach nur ein paar Sachen anfassen. Hallöchen an alle, die noch dazugekommen sind. Schön, dass ihr da seid. Number one dead. Wir wissen noch nicht, was wir machen müssen. Der Erzähler hat gerade gesagt, dass ich alles anfasse und es die Story nicht voranbringt. Was steht da? I like work, just hate my boss. Ja. Wer kann da zustimmen? Und der sagt Smile. Okay, wir gucken mal, ob hier noch irgendwas auf ist. Nee. Leider habe ich ja vorhin schon mal ein paar Mal hier gedrückt. Da kamen auch noch coole Sprüche.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
Naja.
Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Ja. 20? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it.
50?
Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Challenge accepted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I
Sag mal.
want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Klar, 20 Klicks in 417. Merkt euch das. 20 Klicks in 417, Leute. Wo ist 417? Müssen wir suchen. 20 Klicks in 417. Hallo? Ich bin Stanley und ich suche meine Mitarbeiter. Aha. Der hat seinen PC auch nicht ausgemacht. Energiesparen ist wichtig. Die haben alle ihre... Also hier ist so Überfall gewesen. Servername Access. Fuck. Nee, Fuel. Felina Hallöchen. Ich glaube, ich weiß nicht, ob das gut ist, wenn wir alle Sachen ausmachen.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Oh, was ist da? How the Mitchi... was ist denn Mitchi? Laura, Hallöchen, wie geht's dir? Nee, wir haben gerade erst angefangen. Ach, hier! Hier, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Ist Mighty, das hat er doch eben gesagt, heißt der Sprecher Mighty? Naja.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Willst du mich verarschen? 437. Wo ist 437? Wir kriegen das hin. Aha. Some calculations. Nein, 437 war nicht hier. Da müssen wir erst weiter. Hier ist nicht 437. Nee, nee, ich muss nicht zurück. Oh doch.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Junge, ich geb dir gleich 10 Klicks oder so. Die ist hier nicht. Mein Gott.
Now, back to door number 437.
Ey. Ich verklopp den gleich.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Ananasmädchen, Hallöchen.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Ja, wie soll ich das machen? Ich kann ja nicht springen. Wie soll ich denn auf seinen Tisch?
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Junge! Wenn ich nicht gleich ein Achievement bekomme, raste ich aus.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Alter. Ja, das ist halt so ein typisches
Finish
Büro,
it
ne?
off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes!
Achievement!
We did it!
Ihr seht's nicht, aber ich habe ein Achievement
wow.
gemacht.
That felt amazing.
Ja!
Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now? What were you thinking?
Ich sag euch eins. Ich sage dir eins. Herzgeschallüchen, das ist ein wildes Spiel. Ich sage euch eins, ich will in diesem Spiel jedes Achievement haben. Jedes. I hate Mondays. Es geht jetzt weiter hier. Ja, seine
When
Stimme.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nö. Okay, jetzt ist die Frage, Leute. Der Erzähler sagt, wir gehen links rein. Ich würde sagen, wir machen einfach genau das Gegenteil, oder? Es ist einfach jetzt schon so geil. Wollen wir dann einfach das Gegenteil machen? Er sagt, dass Stanley links reingegangen ist, also gehen wir rechts rein.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
Genau,
well.
ich wusste das.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Genau, ich wollte nämlich gucken, ob die Mitarbeiter da sind. Das Sams hat nicht aufgeräumt. Ich bin nämlich Stanley, ich arbeite hier schon Jahre. Ich weiß, wo jeder hier... Hier ist zum Beispiel die Ute. Und die Ute, die ist immer ganz ordentlich. Und Sams, ist der Spitzname für Samuel, der ist immer ganz unordentlich. Das ist aber schon immer so gewesen. Schönes Büro auch einfach. Ja, ja, die haben auch schön auf Fenster geachtet und so. Ute ist eine gute. Ja, ja, genau. Und das ist das, was ist denn da hinten? Da geht's raus! Ich will da raus! Guck mal, da ist 4B9. Das ist ein anderer Tisch. Ein anderer Dings. Pia, Hallöchen. Hier, das ist Pias Büro hier. Kann man überall nicht rein. Ich finde es auch toll, dass wenn wir drücken, dass das so Tastaturschläge sind, ne? Wer von euch findet eigentlich Tastaturtippen auch so beruhigend?
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
Ja.
Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Ach, das ist so ein toller Raum. Ich wollte hier unbedingt hin. Genau deswegen bin ich hier hingegangen. Mrs. Damo, Hallöchen. Das war genau meine Idee.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Wir müssen den jetzt fertig machen. Wir bleiben jetzt hier einfach richtig lange. Der Erzähler findet den Raum nicht so
At
toll.
this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue.
Ja, das stimmt, Blackhead.
But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Alter, das ist so lustig. Ah ja, ich möchte mir doch nur diesen Raum anschauen. Ah ja, Kaffee. Ich wollte mir Kaffee holen. Vor allem, man kann halt irgendwie nichts machen. Oh. Warum ist da Blut? Es ist eindeutig Blut hier. Okay, wir gehen einfach mal weiter jetzt. Aber ich möchte diesen Raum nicht verlassen.
But at last,
Nein.
he had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Tja. Gehen wir jetzt links rein? Hier schon mal. Ja, okay, das kann natürlich sein. Das ist jetzt die Frage.
Ihr macht mich fertig. Lucas 3 man, Lucas 3 man, Lucas 3 man, ich muss packen und ihr seid alle om. Lucas 3 belastend, Lucas
Das
3
ist jetzt
belastend,
wirklich die
Lucas 3
Frage.
belastend.
Ich würde sagen, wir gehen geradeaus weiter, oder? Katarotte, Hallöchen, Dankeschön für 100 Bits, vielen Dank. Ich hoffe, dir geht's gut. So, wir gehen geradeaus weiter, oder? Er meint ja, wir sollen hier links rein. Nee, ich will wissen, was hier ist.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Können wir hier irgendwas steuern? Wir lügen niemals. Oh oh. Leute, wo kommen wir hier gerade an? Wir könnten hier... Ne, wir können hier nicht drüber. Das geht leider nicht. Warte, vielleicht können wir durch die Tür da. Wir brauchen dafür eine Karte. Do not jump. Wir spielen ein Spiel, wo wir noch nicht ganz wissen, was wir spielen. Nee, wir springen da jetzt nicht in den Tod. Nein.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please,
Ja,
stop
genau.
trying to make every decision by yourself.
Könnte auch
I'm not asking for me,
Lukas-Simulator
I'm
heißen.
asking for her.
Warte, was? Jetzt habe ich nicht Asking for her? Wo? Ich komme! Stanley
This
muss...
is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
Ja,
She's been waiting.
ja. Ich möchte. Wo ist sie? Ich muss den Generator anmachen. Ich möchte. Wo ist sie? Hallo? Ich möchte nicht. Nö. Wer hat Angst vor schwarzen Räumen? Ah!
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Wir ziehen einfach Stecker raus.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Ich hab's gar nicht gemerkt, dass wir es gemacht
Definitely here,
haben.
clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I
Stanley...
can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation?
Doch.
Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Hä? Es war ein bisschen wieder...
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Diamun, Hallöchen. Und Hanna, Hallöchen. Aber war das nicht gerade ein bisschen widersprüchlich? Er hat doch erst gesagt, wir sollen rationale Entscheidungen treffen. Und wenn ich das richtig verstanden habe, hat er doch dann gesagt, dass unsere Entscheidungen aber doch eigentlich so klein sind im ganzen Universum, dass sie doch eigentlich eh egal sind. Oder habe ich das jetzt falsch verstanden gerade? Merle, Hallöchen. Exit. Stop. Jetzt will ich gerne ans Telefon gehen. Vielleicht können wir das wieder reinstecken. Nee. Warte mal. Nee, komm, wir gehen jetzt mal raus hier. Ach, jetzt soll ich den ganzen Weg wieder zurückgehen? Vielleicht will ich das aber auch nicht, ne? Ich weiß noch nicht, ob ich das will. Also Türen öffnen kann ich, glaube ich, nicht. Kann ich hier noch irgendwas machen? Nee, ne?
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Guck mal.
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Also eben war hier noch kein Zaun übrigens dran. Guck mal, jetzt können wir uns nicht mehr umbringen. Eben konnten wir uns noch umbringen. Okay, im nächsten Run springen wir hier runter. Zölli, Hallöchen. Ja, das Spiel ist was für dich, ne? Das habe ich schon gedacht. Das ist aber auch einfach nur geil. Was ist da gerade passiert? Da ist doch gerade irgendwo eine Tür aufgegangen. Ach, das war die Tür nur. Ja, wir müssen zurück. Ich habe das schon verstanden. Aber jetzt ist die Tür zu. Eben konnten wir hier noch rein. Naja gut, dann können wir aber wenigstens wieder hier in unseren schönen Raum.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Eigentlich will ich die nicht nehmen. Muss ich ganz ehrlich sagen.
Now remember,
Ja, muss
all you
ich.
need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Also,
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
Klar.
All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Leute, ich muss. Oder? Also eigentlich muss ich. Ich meine, wenn er beide aufmacht.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Hey, guck mal. Die Geschichte ist hier jetzt gar nicht erzählt. Schaut mal, hier geht's gar nicht weiter. Hier kollabiert alles. Mann, ich will da rein. Ja, okay, wir müssen ins andere. Ja, ich habe die Geschichte jetzt kaputt gemacht, ne? Na gut. Oh, die Tür geht nicht zu. Überall hier so tolle Bilder. Ah ja. Warum sind die Stühle im Boden? Sieht aber auch nicht gut aus hier.
It's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer?
Nein, wir machen weiter.
No, I have to. I have to shut the game
Nein.
down. I have to.
Nein.
I have to.
Nein. 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 Nein, nein, nein. 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 Ha, wir sind noch da. Alarm.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny?
Yeah.
You just had to see?
Yeah.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something,
Ich wollte es
there's a
gerade
damn
sagen.
good reason for it.
Stanley hat
That
immer
thought
genau
hadn't
das
even
gemacht, was ihm
occurred to
gesagt
you, had
wurde.
it? That there's a world outside of you. You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Ihr wisst,
he
was ich jetzt
entered the
tue.
door on his left.
Ihr wisst es.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry.
Hä?
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly.
Hä?
and
Vielleicht
always
habe ich
putting the
Links-Rechts-Schwäche?
story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Ah, verarscht. Jetzt sagt er gar nichts mehr. Hat er es jetzt aufgegeben? Hallo, sag irgendwas. Ich habe das doch nur gemacht, um dich zu mobben. Ja, jetzt wissen wir dafür, warum dafür manche 4 Stunden brauchen. Hallo, aber jetzt, ich will den doch mobben. Toll, jetzt sagt er gar nichts.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry.
Jetzt hat er es dann doch.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story
Na gut,
first.
jetzt gehen wir
I'm
links
quite
rein.
sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
Ja.
All right.
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Ha, verarscht, wir gehen nochmal hier rein. Ja, okay. Ne, jetzt gehen wir.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Okay, ich glaube, jetzt passiert nichts mehr. Jetzt gehen wir hier rein.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
Was? War ich
Just
so
follow my
vorhersehbar?
lead and
Das
you'll
kann
be
doch gar
fine.
nicht sein.
All right. When Stanley came
Ja, dann
to a
mach
set of 2
auf!
open doors, he entered
Komm, wir
the
gehen da
door on
rückwärts
his
rein.
left.
Oh, wir haben die Tür zugehalten. Na gut. Ausnahmsweise. Ach, wie schön. Tipps for not getting fired.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Ja, das ist wichtig, ne? Hä? Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. So sieht's nämlich aus. Macht immer schön. Was haben wir hier noch? Everyone is unique. Jeder ist einzigartig. Mhm. Das ist eine schöne Präsentation. Number of slides on this slide. Bitte was? Das ist verwirrend. Mhm. Was haben wir hier noch? What do people want? Things, money. Was ist da durchgestrichen? Happy feelings. James is fired. Oh, guckt mal. James wurde gefeiert, weil der happy sein wollte. Die anderen wollten Gegenstände, Geld, noch mehr Sachen. Graphs. Graphs sind immer wichtig. Graphs about things and money. Ah, das war vielleicht das. Die Präsentation, ne? We have our new product. Wild. What is hot? Profits. To do. Aha. Free to play, ja. Okay, wir gehen mal weiter. Was heißt denn Broom? Ich glaube, man kann auch einstellen, dass die Sachen übersetzt werden. Broom heißt Besen? Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Nein, ich wette, wenn wir eben nicht so viel Kacke gemacht hätten, hätten wir jetzt runtergehen können. Na gut, dann gehen wir halt zu unserem Chef. Chef, es ist niemand... Alter. Alter. Alter, der Chef, der hat's aber... Boah. Boah. Aber die Sekretärin ist auch nicht da. Das ist aber fresh hier. Mann, ich kann nichts aufmachen. Wir sind jetzt gemobbt worden von dem. Alter, so müsste ich mal mein Büro einrichten. Nur ohne Bücher.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Ich habe den Code vergessen. Mark Shark 115. Mark Shark...
Stanley spoke the code.
Also.
Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Nightshark 115. Hallo? Nightshark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story.
Mach ich
This
doch.
is a crucial step.
115 Nightshark.
Okay, fine. You're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously.
I'm the most
if you didn't want to see
boss.
what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You
laber
could have
nicht.
done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Ich hab...
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me?
Hä?
Can you hear me?
What the fuck?
Is everything
Hä?
all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision.
Okay, wir
It
sind...
cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You can't be
What
wrong
the
here. We
fuck?
can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to
Also,
take
ich
that
glaube...
step forward, please.
Ja, ich weiß, wir können das mehrmals spielen. Ich glaube tatsächlich, wir haben so viel Scheiße gebaut.
This is more important than you can ever know.
Oh nein, er ist ganz
I need
traurig.
this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? You listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay.
Oh, er ist ganz traurig. Hört
It's
ihr?
okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do.
Jetzt möchte ich den bei der nächsten Runde nicht mehr ärgern. Guck mal, wie traurig der ist. Naja, was ich sagen wollte... Hallo, ich wollte was sagen. Wir sind, glaube ich, wir haben den so sehr gemobbt, dass wir das Spiel so hart verbuggt haben, dass wir rausgekommen sind. Okay, wir gehen jetzt ganz straight.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ja, genau. Und dann ist er einfach hier lang gegangen und sagt, hallo, wo seid ihr, Freunde? Freunde der guten Laune. Hallo. Ich suche euch.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on
Ich
his
muss
left.
nachdenken. Ja, ein Achievement hat man eigentlich immer. Ja, wo gehen wir jetzt lang? Und jetzt fragt er uns nicht. Hallo, frag uns. Na gut, wir gehen jetzt links rein. Ja, wir machen noch ganz viele Sachen. Jetzt machen wir einmal normal.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Ich muss erst noch kurz die Aktienkurse checken. Ja, wir gehen gleich noch ans Telefon. Aha!
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Dieses Spiel, wisst ihr, was das Spiel ist? Das Spiel ist Pen and
There was
Paper.
nothing here.
Lasst uns den
No choice
Spielleiter
to make,
mobben.
no path to follow, just an empty broom
Wir machen
closet.
einfach genau
No
immer das
reason to
Gegenteil.
still be here.
Ja, lass mich doch mal kurz gucken. Ich gehe ja schon. Aha!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ja, sofort. Ich muss nur mal ganz kurz gucken. Mann, da sind überall Notizen. Hä? War die Tür da eben auch schon? Hä? Ich bin verwirrt.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense.
Nee, ich verstehe es nicht.
And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over.
Eileen, Hallöchen.
Let me go back to my
Rachel,
job.
Hallöchen.
Let me
Hallöchen.
continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Was war das gerade für ein geiler Monolog, bitte?
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Okay, wir sind gerade verrückt geworden und sind daran gestorben. Also war nicht so ein guter Weg. Aber auch irgendwie war der auch ein bisschen toll, der Weg.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ja, wir müssen, glaube ich, die PCs ausmachen. Einfach ein bisschen Energie sparen. Wir machen jetzt alle PCs auf. Das war letztes Mal nicht so. Ich kann nicht mehr Input machen. Ah, vielleicht nächste Runde.
Stanley went around touching
Ja, genau.
every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Genau, also das Spiel ist immer wieder so eine Round-Dings. Das heißt, auch wenn ihr jetzt erst reinkommt, ihr könnt einfach noch ganz entspannt mitschauen. Und Gangsalat, Hallöchen, läuft sehr gut. Also, naja, geht so. Wir sind gestorben gerade. Es wäre so toll, wenn mal irgendwo eine von den Türen aufgehen würde.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nee.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ah ja.
Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Wir müssen jetzt verschiedene Sachen testen. Also,
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5
wir gehen jetzt
years
ans
ago.
Telefon. Okay.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job,
Ihr seid so
Stanley.
doof.
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Ihr seid so doof. Jump, jump,
All of
jump.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Aha, Input. Input received. Oh, ich will gar nicht wissen, was da passiert, wenn der Input voll ist. Dann ist Input kaputt. Eieiei. Okay, weiter geht's.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way
Jenno,
to the meeting
Hallöchen.
room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Jetzt gehen wir mal ans
Perhaps he wanted
Telefon.
to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Genau.
The
Zack,
lounge
kurzen
was
Kaffee.
sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nein. Ich möchte jetzt meine Frau anrufen.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy.
Wie komme ich
really,
da
I'm
wohl
not.
hin?
I realize that investing
Ah,
your
ich könnte
trust
da
in
jetzt
someone else can be
runterspringen, ne?
difficult, but the
Das
fact
können wir gleich
is
auch
that
mal
the
machen.
story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Da könnten wir gleich mal
Someone you've
draufspringen.
forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Ja, ja, wir müssen jetzt höher
This is it,
anrufen.
Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Wo ist es?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her.
Wie heißt
If you
sie?
can truly place your faith in another,
Chat, wie
then
heißt sie?
pick up the phone.
Oh nein. Oh. Hä? Hä?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on.
Inge!
Do you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Wir haben uns gerade voll fertig gemacht. Nö. Ja. Alter, es gibt so viele Möglichkeiten.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Guten Morgen, Mitarbeiter 427. Drücke J auf deiner Tastatur. Bitte? Ich will hier raus. Waren wir nicht 427? Ich drücke jetzt J. Nee, ich drücke jetzt was anderes. Geht nicht. Oh oh. Passt auf, dass euer Backpapier nicht abfackelt. Okay, ich drücke jetzt J.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Nee, mache ich nicht. Nee, ich drücke jetzt nicht J. Ich drücke alle anderen Tasten. Numpad, Zahlen. Na gut, ich drücke J.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work.
Ja, ich bin jetzt wirklich
One might
Stanley.
even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Nee, ich drücke jetzt J. Mann, ich will hier raus. Na gut, geh.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Drücke R, um Zeit mit den Jungs zu verbringen. Jungs, lass uns ein bisschen Zeit verbringen.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Hä? Er erzählt uns jetzt die Geschichte und wir leben jetzt den Tag, in dem wir einfach Button drücken, ne? Weil eigentlich ist ja ein Computerspiel auch nichts anderes.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Alter, ich bin gerade so verwirrt. Jetzt haben wir anscheinend schon Kinder und erzählen denen eine Geschichte.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Ich checke gar nichts.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Also ich check gar nichts.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, Do not do it.
Ja, Nina, das habe ich auch gerade gedacht. Aber ich check halt eh nicht, worum es... Also für mich war das jetzt kein Spoiler, weil ich eh nicht weiß, was passiert ist. Also ich check's eh nicht. Pichaks, Hallöchen. Okay, jetzt sagt das Spiel, wir sollen nicht M drücken, aber wir müssen jetzt M drücken. Also drücken wir jetzt M.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Nee, ich drück nicht M, um nichts zu hinterfragen.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see.
Ich dachte...
This time. And I tried again.
Bitte stirb!
Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried...
Alter! Okay, den Run habe ich überhaupt nicht geschnallt. Also Frieda hat es anscheinend jetzt geschnallt. Ich habe bis eben gedacht, ich schnall's. Jetzt schnalle ich gerade gar nichts. Okay, warte mal. Jetzt müssten wir eventuell noch
How
mal...
long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Jetzt habe ich ein bisschen Angst. So ein Knopf, um alles zu vergessen. Aber das ist ja auch ein bisschen sad. Oh nein, wir können jetzt nicht mehr unseren Input hier... Das ist ja alles genau wie am Anfang. Oh nein.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he
Ich muss
wanted to
noch eine
stop by
Sache...
the
Nee, wir gehen
employee
jetzt mal einen
lounge
anderen Weg
first,
erst noch.
just to admire it.
So.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Jetzt hören wir mal ein bisschen wieder auf den.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Mal gucken, wo es jetzt hingeht.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the
Nee,
office.
nee, will er nicht.
He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Nö. Möchte ich nicht. Ja, das will ich auch noch machen, aber ich will auch manchmal neue Wege.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
Wehe, die Tür geht jetzt auch wieder zu.
No, 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 not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Die Tür.
Now,
Oh,
let's
my
see.
Hallöchen.
We went down right, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes.
Sehr
I've
gut.
got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Er will uns doch schon wieder umlegen. Der will uns doch schon wieder umlegen, Chat. Naja, wir müssen.
No, No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
Nee! Aber vielleicht müssen wir da später nochmal hin.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Also, das ist ja wohl frech. Das ist ja wohl einfach nur frech. Jetzt sind die Türen wieder...
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh.
It's a web?
Everything should be...
Was?
Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the
Nein.
monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Das heißt, wir haben jetzt 3 verschiedene Türen, die noch dazugekommen sind. 4. Das heißt, wir müssen diesen Weg ja noch ganz oft gehen. Oh mein Gott, ganz ehrlich. Wir müssen dieses Spiel, diese Run so oft noch machen. Warte mal. Das ist das gleiche hier, ne? Ja.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
Nein.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again.
Nicht neu
It's gotta be
starten.
better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Ja. Nein! Hä? Nein! Ich wollte noch gucken.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Ich verstehe auch nichts, aber das
Stanley
kommt
decided
noch.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ich muss immer gucken, ob wir den Code eingeben können. Können wir nicht. Irgendwann verstehen wir das schon noch. Ja klar, jetzt
Okay,
ist...
yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Ich hab gesagt, lass mich in den Raum gehen. Kann nichts öffnen hier. Vielleicht hier? Ich kann die Türen nicht mal mehr anklicken.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Aha, jetzt haben wir schon gar keine Uhr mehr.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Alter, hä? Was ist denn hier?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know
Nein.
what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Yes.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all.
Oh.
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not
Bitte?
one of those situations.
Also, ich habe doch wohl fair
I'm
gewonnen.
getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Och Mann, ich war doch...
All right, well, I've got to start.
Jetzt malt er mir hier die Lösung hin.
I think
Ist das herrlich. Okay, wir haben jetzt eine klare Linie. Sollen wir der Linie wirklich einfach mal folgen? Ich würde sagen, wir folgen jetzt der Linie. So, einmal hier lang, einmal um die Kurve. Jetzt ist ganz wild. Ich meine, wir könnten jetzt auch geradeaus wieder... Alter, es gibt so viele Möglichkeiten. Oh mein Gott. Alter. Das ist so cool. Ich meine, allein auf dem Weg, wie viele andere Entscheidungen wir jetzt schon hier hätten treffen können, ne?
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh mein Gott, wir sind gleich bei Raum Nummer 1. Raum Nummer 6. Raum... Hä? Oh, zickzack. Hä? What? Alter! Hä? Oh mein Gott! Alter, mein Gehirn! Mein Gehirn! Welchen Weg gehen wir? Wir gehen jetzt hier lang. Alter, mein Gehirn! Oh mein Gott! Ach, das ist einfach nur... Hä? Oh mein Gott! Boah! Mein Gehirn ist... Oh, jetzt wollte ich gerade...
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Jetzt ist es weg. Oder was? Alter. Jetzt ist ganz schön ruhig hier, ne? Was sollen wir uns merken? Was? Ich habe nicht zugehört. Das? Nee. Ach doch, okay. Okay. Easy. Haben wir uns gemerkt.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Ding! Alter, es ist so verwirrend, ich lieb's so. Oh Mann, ich finde das so toll, wenn Spiele einfach verwirrend sind. Und wenn es dann irgendwann so... Ach, es ist einfach toll. Jetzt schreit ihr alle rum. Wir sind wieder hier.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it.
Sind das alles
Restart.
Enden? Waren das alles Enden? Das Lied war toll, ne? Dam, da, da, da.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Erst Strom sparen.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Okay, wenn ihr jetzt in diesem Moment eine Geschichte euch ausdenken könntet, was würdet ihr in diese Geschichte reinpacken? Schreibt mal 1, 2 Begriffe, die in dieser Geschichte vorkommen. Ganz schnell, was euch direkt einfällt, was ihr in eurer Geschichte haben wollt. Harry Potter. Okay, also Harry Potter ist in unserer Geschichte drin. Was ist noch in unserer Geschichte? Ich guck mal, vielleicht ist um die Ecke schon was davon. Pandas. Harry Potter und Pandas. Also Harry Potter reitet auf Pandas. Daneben laufen Einhörner rum. Er ist ein Cordon Bleu. Dann läuft ein Zwerg da lang. Ne, ein Zwerg. Dann fliegt ein pinkes Alpaka durch die Luft, hat Pommes auf dem Rücken. Was ist Smooth? Das weiß ich nicht. Dann fahren da noch Autos mit Ballons rum. Ah, toll. Ich habe irgendwas offensichtlich nicht gesehen. Ach, ich bin doch dumm. Soße Hollandaise, Pizza, Einhörn, Bauernhof, Schlaflosigkeit, Busfahrer, Kartoffeln, Muffins, Dünndarm. Was? Okay, in unserer Geschichte kommt ein Dünndarm drin vor. Leute, wir sollten wirklich mal eine Geschichte schreiben. Oh nein, ich habe da ein ganz mieses Gefühl. Ja, das nahm eine komische Wendung. Ich habe da ein ganz mieses Gefühl bei der Sache. Oh.
Oh no, not you again.
Guck mal, jetzt ist du sogar schon. Wo steht nochmal TM?
No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it.
Sie auch. Ah, Trademark, okay. Also du, sie, Line, Yellow Line, das ist alles getrademarkt, okay. Jetzt haben wir diese Yellow Line auf jeden Fall wieder. Einmal hier rum. Aber schöner Teppich, ne? So richtiger Büroteppich. Sieht es eigentlich bei irgendeinem von euch im Büro, also jetzt nicht so, aber so halt mehr oder weniger so aus?
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Ja, also die rechte, ne? Emma, Emma, vielen Dank für dein Follow eben und Laura, vielen Dank für deinen Follow. Herzlich willkommen, ihr Lieben. Das Verwirrungsende.
Oh, hold up, what's this?
Sind das alle Möglichkeiten?
The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
Nee.
That's really how all this goes?
Ach so, das sind...
It's all determined? So now, according to the
Nee, das ist
schedule, I
was
restart
anderes.
again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of
Nee,
this?
das ist was
Is it really-
anderes.
No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this.
Ich auch nicht.
I won't restart the game. I
Danke.
won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Gut.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
Wir spielen gerade zusammen mit ihm,
Whatever it
ne?
is that made this schedule. How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story.
Na, wir haben
Wouldn't you
einen
agree?
Sitz.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Alter. Och nö. Och Mann, ich glaube, wir waren gut. Hä, warte mal, Telefon. Stanley ist verwirrt. Geht er da jetzt dran? Emma, Hallöchen. Chat, soll ich? Ja, komm. Na, ich weiß nicht. Ist vielleicht schon auch spannend, ne? Worum geht's in dem Spiel? Das wissen wir selber noch nicht so ganz. Man wacht immer wieder auf und rennt immer wieder hier lang. Und es ist jedes Mal, es ist einfach verwirrend. Ich kann gar nicht dran gehen. Jetzt habe ich euch zu viel versprochen. Ach, das
Good
Telefon.
morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Yes. Hallo.
Understood. Your order will be canceled immediately. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Nee, ich wollte das nicht canceln. Och Mann, ich wollte 1000 Kartons. Schade. Was ist das? Das hört sich an wie Caroline aus TVD. Das kenne ich nicht. Klar kenne ich das wieder nicht. Hier waren wir auch schon mal. Ist das jetzt wieder unser ganz normaler Weg?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to
noch
the
eine
meeting
Sache
room,
testen.
and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ja, oh, eine Kartonburg, wie
Stanley felt
toll.
lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Also wir müssen auf dem Weg auch noch verschiedene Änderungen machen, aber ich will jetzt einmal noch was testen, weil dann haben wir den Raum hier mehr oder
Stanley
weniger
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he
abgeschlossen.
wasn't fired years
Naja, was
ago.
heißt abgeschlossen? Nee, auch nicht abgeschlossen, aber ich will da einmal
Look, Stanley,
draufspringen.
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
Ja, ja.
But the fact is
Komm,
that the
jetzt fahr
story
mich
has
dahin
been
und red
about
nicht so
nothing
viel.
but you.
Meint ihr, ich
all
schaffe
this
das?
time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that
Finden wir
I'm
gut.
on your side. Give me a chance.
Ja, dann sag mir, was hier los ist. Wie gesagt, wir wissen nicht, worum es in dem Spiel
Now listen
geht.
carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Alter, noch mehr Entscheidungsmöglichkeiten. Oh mein Gott. Rot oder blau? Alina, mach's gut. Schön, dass du da warst. Blau. War klar, dass ihr wieder das Gegenteil wollt von dem, was er sagt, ne? Ja, war klar. Ja, okay, wenn ihr alle blau wollt.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Bitte? Ich hab's nicht verstanden. Durch welche? Ja, kannst du es nochmal wiederholen? Ach, die Tür! Ja, sag das doch.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices.
Ach,
The two of us
grün.
always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And
Nee.
I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Nö. Och Mann. Leckt es? Eigentlich sollte es nicht lecken. Schon wieder ein schwarzer Raum. Augen zu und durch.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Oh, ich dachte gleich, ich fall hier runter. Oh nein. Dein Internet hat keine Lust auf mich. Ja, kann ich verstehen. Oh, Weltall. Ich mag Weltall.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Oh Mann, wie toll. Oh, noch mehr. Das ist ja wie bei Super Luminumidum. Aber was wird das jetzt? Ein Kreis. Soll das bedeuten, das Leben ist ein Kreis? Ich glaube, hier passiert nichts, oder? Ich weiß nicht.
No, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where were we?
Ja, dann erzähl mir auch was dazu. Die Erde ist eine Scheibe, ja stimmt. Ja, aber dann mach auch was. Oh, jetzt kommt... Oh, warte mal, was ist jetzt? Ja, wenn er mir nichts geben will, dann... Ich sag, mach's gut, schön, dass du da warst. Okay, weiter geht's. Rigipswände, toll.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Was ist die Mehrzahl von Ananas? Eine Ananas, zwei Ananas. Ich glaube, davon gibt es keine Mehrzahl, oder?
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
So won't
Please,
you
Stanley, think about what you're doing.
stay with me? Ananüsse. Leute, ich habe das Gefühl, wir müssen springen. Ich kann nichts machen. Oder wir gehen nochmal zurück. Ach, Quatsch.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Ich gebe es jedes Mal langsamer.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Aber eigentlich ist auch ein bisschen traurig, oder? Ich weiß nicht. Ah!
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
Weiß ich noch nicht. Ich gucke erstmal, was hier jetzt abgeht. Naja, hier ist ja nichts. Wenn du mich hier gefangen hältst, muss ich ja springen. Ich kann leider nicht schneller gehen. Wir sind ganz schön gedamaged schon. Ich dachte, er gibt uns was. Aber er gibt uns nichts. Dann müssen wir noch mal ran an den Speck. Oh, ich bin schon so alt. Ich komme die Treppe gar nicht richtig hoch. Jetzt rückwärts. Na gut. Ich bin Stanley.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Hey Sallöchen, wie geht's dir? Das erinnert mich an Minecraft. Ja, das stimmt.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Ja, ja. Ist hell hier. Ist ein Zeichen. Mann, ich will meinen Code eingeben. Ja, der Text war jetzt anders, ja.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Komm, wir machen's mal. Haben wir ja schon lange nicht mehr gemacht. Genau, ich will doch nur meinen Code eingeben.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Wir gehen jetzt mal
Coming to a
hoch.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So. Guck mal hier. Aha. Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. If the boss suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Toll. Extreme Bathrooms. Bath. Was steht da? Bath. Ich kann es nicht lesen. Hier können wir jetzt auch den Code machen. Okay, da gibt's nix. Ah, guck mal, aber jetzt, weil wir eben nicht alles aufgemacht haben, können wir jetzt hier rein. Da sind eure Pandas. Oh no. Oh, was für ein schlimmer Boss. Oh, ein Fahrstuhl. Warte mal ganz kurz. Hä, das sah eben anders aus. Mein Gehirn ist auch verwirrt, aber das ist gut. Ah, hier Input. Toll. Ich würde eigentlich auch...
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Okay, also das sieht anders aus als vorher. Da ist der PIN. Wollen wir den richtig oder falsch eingeben?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Ja, das konnten wir nicht wissen, das ist natürlich klar. Okay, wir sollen es richtig eingeben.
2845.
Bitte? Ich weiß es nicht, was? Nein! Oh, das war jetzt Zufall.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Nö, möchte ich eigentlich nicht. Oh ja, wir hätten ja auch mal richtig rückwärts eingeben können. Alter, was hat unser Boss da gemacht? Alter.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Okay, wir könnten auch wieder hochfahren.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Lea, Hallöchen. Ich weiß ja nicht. Ich möchte da eigentlich nicht rein. Nö.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Das ist eine Lüge. Das ist eine Lüge.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Nee, das ist eine Lüge. Ich glaub dem nicht.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Nein.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture.
Oh
He
nein!
doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is.
Oh
Perhaps
nein!
his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so
Nein!
he resigned and willingly accepted
ich kann mich
this
ducken.
violent end to his brief and
Ha!
shallow
Spiel
life.
ausgetrickst.
Farewell, Stanley.
Tja, hier werde ich wohl überleben. Hä?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Ich sag doch, das ist eine Lüge. Die wollten mir nur Angst machen, die Keks. Habe ich euch gleich gesagt.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Keine Ahnung.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Nee, verstehe ich nicht. Das ist ein Museum. Hier ist unser Büro. Bürogrundriss. Dieser Plan zeigt das Büro vom Spielanfang. Der Weg von Stanleys Büro zu den beiden Türen war der erste Teil des Spiels, der gebaut wurde. Im Laufe der Entwicklung wurden Abschnitte hinzugefügt und verändert. Aber der Kerngrundriss ist fast identisch zum ersten Durchlauf. Ja, Lea, so ist die ganze Zeit schon. Hier war unsere Tür. Gang. Es war richtig, das Spieltempo in diesem ersten Abschnitt richtig einzustellen. Dieser Korridor wurde verschoben und verändert, um sicherzustellen, dass der Spieler die beiden Türen zu einem guten Zeitpunkt erreicht. Okay, fantastisch, mach's gut. Die zwei Türen waren waren der erste konkrete Teil des The Stanley Parable Designs. Als dieser Raum erstellt worden war, entwickelte sich der Rest des Spiels als eine Erweiterung davon, eine Entwicklung des Widerspruchs, den dieser Raum darstellte. Haben wir das jetzt? Aktenschränke. Toll. Bürocomputer. Database. Josie, Hallöchen. Das Büro. Hä? Knopfgeräusche. Hä, wie geil. Ey, dieses... Wie kreativ kann man sein, das Spiel einfach nur... Ja. Das Büro. Wartungsraum. Geld. Congratulations. Erzählermails. Nach dem zweiten Trailer haben wir die Leute darum gebeten, dem Erzähler Fragen per E-Mail zu schicken. Obwohl wir diese... Ey, wie geil. Haben die das wirklich gemacht? Hier sind einige dieser E-Mails. Wie geil ist das? Alter. Erste Version der Launch. What the fuck? Wo sind wir? Hallo, Hilfe? Trailer. Nee, ich will... Hallo. Ich will weiterspielen. Ist das jetzt wirklich... Ich bin so verwirrt gerade. Exit. The fuck? Haben wir irgendwie gerade... Ich bin so verwirrt. Oh mein Gott.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Nein, ich will das nicht ausmachen.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
Ja, der Erzähler und ich, oder was?
Perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me.
Nein.
You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path.
Muss ich das jetzt wirklich machen?
Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
Das Problem ist, man kann das Spiel nicht speichern.
You do choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Mimi, Hallöchen. Oh, wir sind wieder da. Oh Gott. Oh. Alter.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Du hast
Perhaps
sehr
he
viel
simply
verpasst.
missed a memo.
Aber eigentlich auch gar nicht.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Ein
Stanley went
Input
around
noch.
touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Okay. Ich bin so verwirrt.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Ich bin maximal verwirrt. Da war auch noch eine Tür.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Ich wollte das andere noch weiterspielen.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Ich check gar nichts. Habe ich schon mal
I
gesagt?
have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's
das
see the
irgendwie ein
content.
anderer
Give me the
Sprecher?
content, Stanley.
The Jump Circle.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Nee, das ist ein anderes Spiel. Ich bin so verwirrt. Alter. Toll, jetzt können wir nicht mehr springen. Ja, auf eine andere Art und Weise crazy, aber
Is
ja.
that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
So muss man mal seine neuen Versionen von einem Spiel verkaufen, Leute. Genau so.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there.
Ja, ich
Hell, I could count to
weiß
30
gar nicht
trillion.
irgendwie, ob es
You
ein
could put that
richtiges
on the
Ende
box.
gibt.
The
Aber
Stanley
muss es ja, weil
Parable
sonst weiß man ja gar nicht, wann man
Now over
aufhört.
1,000 hours
Ich
of
check
new
wirklich
content.
grad
And
gar
it's-
nichts
Oh, wait.
mehr.
There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Also irgendwie gibt es ja immer ein Ende, aber vielleicht gibt es auch ein richtiges Ende. Ich habe keine Ahnung, Leute. Aber ich bin sehr gespannt. Okay, das war der neue Content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, No gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Ich habe noch nie so ein wildes, aber auch kreatives Spiel gesehen. Ne? Ey, das ist ja einfach nur wild. Und mit Ende meine ich halt, wo ich dann, also vielleicht gibt es sowas auch nicht, aber wo ich wirklich dann, wo das Spiel dann sagt, du bist jetzt im Hauptmenü, du bist jetzt durch. So. Nach dem Motto. Ich bin sehr gespannt, ob wir da noch was finden. Grissel, Hallöchen. Ja, es ist wild, ne? Also bis jetzt checke ich gar nichts. Wie lange spielen wir schon? 2 Stunden. Ich checke nichts. Aber ich habe ja gesagt, wir spielen das heute durch, ne?
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Warte, ich muss erst gucken, ob hier was ist. Leute, sollen wir da rein? Oder sollen wir hier lang? Ich weiß es doch auch nicht. Ich will alles gleichzeitig sehen. Ich will nichts verpassen.
Oh. You don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine.
Rein.
You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Ja, warte, ich will doch rein.
Never mind. You're not a dork.
Mein Gott, ist das so geil. Er reagiert immer darauf, was ich mache. Nicht, dass die Tür gleich zugeht. Na gut, ihr wollt da alle rein, dann gehen wir da rein. Aber wisst ihr, manchmal ist es ja so, dass man die geilsten Sachen erlebt, wenn man nicht das macht, was der Erzähler einem sagt. Aber gut, ihr sagt es. Dann gehe ich hier rein. Ah!
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Ich habe irgendwie das Gefühl, jetzt kommt was richtig Schönes. Habt ihr auch das Gefühl? Ich glaube, jetzt kommt irgendwie was richtig Schönes.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Wie es einfach gerade überhaupt nicht mehr um Stanley geht, ne?
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Ich bin so verwirrt! Ist das die Demo früher? Guck mal, das war die Demo wahrscheinlich. Go outside, don't play for 5 years. Ist das ein Achievement? It's impossible to get this achievement. Ich will genau diese beiden Achievements. Blackhead, ich check gar nichts. Das Spiel hat tatsächlich einige Sachen gewonnen oder zumindest nominiert. Das wurde jetzt dieses Jahr auch wieder für Spiel des Jahres bei Steam irgendwie nominiert, glaube ich. Naja gut, ob das jetzt in der Zeitung war, weiß ich natürlich nicht, aber wer weiß, vielleicht ja doch.
Je suis dans la mémorisation, seul sur l'abri des loups, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour.
Oh no!
Dans la mémorisation, où je me remémore les jours où je t'ai rencontrer mon amour. Mais ici, c'est aussi où je me souviens de
Ich will da nicht rein, dann ist die Musik bestimmt aus.
Stanley Parable.
Komm, wir gucken nochmal Little Stanley an. Was ist das überhaupt?
C'était en 2013.
Irgendein Tier.
Un très bon jeu vidéo. 2 mois après,
Ein
les
Hamster.
journaux, mon amour.
Ist das irgendwie französisch oder sowas?
Rien de plus nostalgique.
And over here is
Nein.
where I keep reviews
Nein.
of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Alter, es ist so durch, ne? Es ist so durch. Oh mein Gott. Memory Zone. Instandhaltung. Person of the Year. Stanley, das ist doch Stanley. Ach, guck mal hier. Da haben sie die 3D-Objekte gemacht. Also ich glaube, wenn man das früher gespielt hat und das jetzt nochmal sich anguckt, ist das schon nice. Aber ich check halt überhaupt nicht, worum es geht. Habe ich, glaube ich, auch noch nicht
Here's
gesagt.
another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content.
Man denkt, dass es von denen
It just
ist, ne?
needed to be left alone.
Weiß es
To
nicht.
spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Hä? Muss ich jetzt wieder zurück? Ich glaube aber, das sind andere. Es ist ähnlich, ne? Aber eigentlich ist es auch ein bisschen anders.
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Es ist so durch. Guck mal, wenn ihr auf Steam Review schreibt, dann findet ihr das hier. Not recommended.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Alter, stellt euch mal vor, ihr schreibt ein schlechtes Review und dann wird das ein paar Jahre später einfach in dem Spiel angezeigt. Das ist ja, also das ist einfach so geil. Hier liegen noch ein paar. Oh, das wäre so toll, wenn man die lesen könnte. Schade. Hier ist noch eins.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel
noch eins.
like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Ja, es ist ähnlich, das stimmt, aber hier geht es eigentlich wirklich nur darum, dass man nicht weiß, was los ist und dass er halt viel erzählt und so. Und bei dem anderen musste man ja auch so mehr oder weniger Rätsel lösen. Das ist hier halt nicht so. Aber es sind beides grandiose Spiele, ey.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Alter, das ist so heftig. Aber das, weißt du, das war eben, also vielleicht waren das ja auch keine echten Reviews, aber das war so eine, Mann, so ein Spiel rusht man doch nicht. Bei so einem Spiel lässt man sich Zeit und guckt sich am liebsten jede Ecke noch 80 Mal an.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue. And it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly...
Nee.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a many... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sick. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
Alter, ich kann nicht mehr. Jetzt ist er tot, oder was? Hallo? Oh nein! Haben wir den Erzähler umgebracht? Die Tür ist auch irgendwie... Achso, die ist eben... Hallo? Oh nein! Entschuldigung!
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with...
Alter, das ist so durch. Hallo? Hallo?
The end is never the end, 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 is never.
Alter, wir sind so durch nachher. Oh mein Gott. Alter! Was passiert hier? Ja, aber schön, ne? Wo waren Atomzeichen? Achso, da unten, was da auf dem Boden lag. Und das sah aus wie ein Feuermelder. Nein! Oh, das war so schön. Aber hier ist jetzt Erde, das heißt, die Pflanzen sind gestorben und sind zur Erde. Alter, sind irgendwelche Aliens hier? Alter, wo sind wir mittlerweile angekommen? Alter. Okay, ich kann auch nicht mehr drücken. Nein, nein, nein. Nee, Nina. Nein, ich wollte mir den Sand angucken. Ich checke auch gar nichts, aber so soll's wahrscheinlich. Guck mal hier, das sind gute und schlechte Erinnerungen. Blaue waren schlechte. Hat Nina gesagt. Ich kann hier nicht durchlaufen. Warte, muss ich die jetzt alle ausschalten? Weißt du, wenn man sonst nichts zu tun hat? Blaues Kummer. Hey, die gehen ja wieder an! Hä? Was soll ich machen? Okay, wir machen mal alle grün. Das ist auch schon wieder ein anderes Grün. Alle Grünen aus der Reihe. Mann, die gehen wieder an! Mein Gott, ich will hier raus. Keine Ahnung, was die singen. Nee. Muss los, ja. Ja, was soll ich machen? Nina, du hast doch bestimmt die zündende Idee. Ja, once more könnte sein. Aber was soll ich denn machen, Mann? Ist das jetzt das Ende? Muss ich jetzt das Spiel beenden oder was? Ich kann nicht nach oben. Ja, die gehen auch wieder an. Alter, kann der Erzähler mir jetzt mal helfen? Mann, ich will weiterspielen. Okay, Kaya hat's zur Not gegoogelt. Das kommt davon... Ja, mein Gehirn brennt auch. Ich will einfach hier raus. Warte, lass uns mal einmal gerade überlegen. Also. Hat der irgendwas gesagt? Ich meine, ich schaffe es doch nicht eine... Meint ihr, ich schaffe es eine Reihe? Aber muss ich ja so schnell drücken. Drei Reihen drehen jetzt nach links. Und 3 nach rechts. Ich check nix, Mann! Oh, mir wird schwindelig. Ich gebe alles. Hab ich's geschafft? Oh mein Gott, mir ist... Ja, Mann, ich habe nicht alle getroffen. Ja, gib mal... Ja, sag mal bitte, Kaya. Ja, sonst kriege ich hier gleich einen Rappel. Das ist eines der Enden. Das ist ja mega scheiße. Ich hab euch gesagt, wären wir nicht in dieses Ding gelaufen. Oh, ernsthaft? Wir leben... Sie sind jetzt, weil das sein... Das ist nicht süß, das ist Kacke. Ich wollte jetzt wissen, wie es ausgeht. Och nein, wie ärgerlich. Okay. Ja, dann sind wir jetzt im Himmel. Das hast du durch den Input ausgelöst. Welchen Input? Ja, also wir können das jetzt, glaube ich, nicht nochmal ganz durchspielen, weil wir haben ja jetzt schon 2,5 Stunden gespielt, aber wir können nochmal gucken, ob wir nochmal ein paar andere Wege finden. Erzkirsch, mach's gut, schön, dass du da warst. Okay. Oh nein. Oh, das tut weh. Ach so. Ach, ich kann einfach von hier weiterspielen. Ich muss gar nicht von ganz vorne, also... Ich check irgendwie gar nichts. Jetzt habe ich's verstanden. Ich stand gerade übelst auf dem Schlauch. Weil dieser Input und jetzt habe ich's geschnallt. Ja, jetzt habe ich's geschnallt, Leute.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Ja, jetzt habe ich's geschnallt. Luisa, schlaf gut. Ich hab's geschnallt. Stand gerade auf dem Schlauch, aber jetzt habe ich's geschnallt. Lol. Nee, ich will nicht nochmal zum neuen Content. Ich will nochmal hier kurz gucken. Weil wir haben hier eigentlich noch... Hä, das sah doch hier eben nicht so aus. Emma, mach's gut. Schön, dass du da warst. Nee, dann war das noch gar nicht. Also dann war das aber noch nicht das Ende, was uns erklärt, was wir wissen wollen.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So. So. Ich muss
there was not a single person here either.
nämlich rausfinden.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an coming to a staircase. Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So. Und dann müssen wir nämlich hier mal rein. Und dann fahren wir nämlich hier mal lang. Wollen wir hoch oder runter? Man weiß es nicht. Wollen wir hoch oder runter? Hoch. Das ist aber eine lange Fahrt. Alter, wo fahren wir denn jetzt hin? Ist das eine Verarsche vom Spiel? Das Spiel verarscht uns. Der macht gar nichts. So, warte mal, hier waren wir jetzt aber eben drin. Ja, komm, pass auf, wir machen jetzt Folgendes.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human
Hab
life.
das Passwort vergessen.
What could it mean?
Nein.
Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through
Ja,
papers
ja, ja.
on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf.
Nein, ich hab
looking
doch
behind
8 gedrückt.
paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention
weiß nicht mehr
was
genau,
caught
was der
by a
Code war.
keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact,
Nee, das
this
war nicht
keypad
1,
guarded
2,
the
war das
terrible
1248?
secret that lay
Ich dachte,
buried
es wäre
below his
1224
feet. And so
gewesen.
the boss had assigned it an extra secret pin number, 2845.
Ach so.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Okay, ich gebe jetzt rückwärts ein.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 28.
So?
Incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct
Oh ja, 000
code.
hätten wir
By
auch noch.
sheer
Ich will was anderes probieren.
Amazing.
Und zwar
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
gehen wir jetzt einmal hier lang. Hä? Ich habe auch oben gedrückt. Naja, egal. So. So.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Ich will das jetzt mal testen. Ich meine, das ist ja genau der Weg. Jetzt sind wir haben es genau so gemacht, wie das der Erzähler gesagt hat.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength?
Das haben wir
to
von da
find
schon
out?
gesehen. Okay. Wahrscheinlich erfahren wir jetzt, was passiert. Das sind die Kameras. Okay, Kamera aktivieren.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Wo sind wir denn? Wir waren 317, oder? Was? Ja, Privatsphäre gibt's hier nicht. Waren wir nicht... Nee, 327. Was waren wir denn nochmal? Da, 327. Das waren wir doch, oder? Ach, 400. 100, 400, 427. Okay, wo ist 427? Da. Genau in der Mitte. Ja, das ist unser Büro. Och, toll. Das ist unser Büro. Hund im Büro, sag ich da nur. So, was ist das jetzt?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Ja, aber nur weil er uns beobachtet, heißt ja nicht, dass er uns bestimmt.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Hä? Das steht doch überall offline. Ach, und weil das offline ist... Warte mal. Ich sehe halt fast gar nichts. Hier ist irgendwo ein Weg. Okay, wir gehen mal hier raus. Ihr wisst doch, ich mag gerne Button-Pressing. Aber da kann ich nichts machen. Da ist die 5. Eben war die 1. Kann nichts machen. Waiting Input. Ich habe vor Input habe ich jetzt Angst bei dem Spiel, muss ich ganz ehrlich sagen. System power.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Was steht da? Aber ich habe eine Frage. Wenn wir das jetzt ausmachen, sind wir doch tot. Wir müssten das doch eigentlich anmachen, oder nicht? Was meint ihr? Aber das Ding ist, wenn wir es ausmachen und... Ich meine, unsere Emotions werden ja sozusagen dadurch angegeben. Und wenn wir es jetzt ausmachen, sind sowohl wir weg als auch alle anderen. Wenn wir es anmachen, dann sind die Emotions doch eigentlich wieder da, auch von den anderen. Auch wenn sie vielleicht nicht echt sind, aber immerhin sind sie da. Ergibt das Sinn? Und das würde übrigens auch erklären, warum alles so strange war, wenn wir woanders waren. Weil das dann eben nicht hier vorgegeben war, weil es anscheinend irgendeinen Vorfall gab, wo dieses etwas hier... Ich bin dafür, dass wir es anmachen.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you.
Das ergibt so keinen Sinn.
Where we're going.
Weil wir sollten das ausschalten.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
Ja, ich glaube das nämlich auch.
My goodness, only
Der
34
Erzähler,
seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it.
ich
I'm
glaube,
going
der
to put some
Erzähler ist
extra
diese
time on the
Maschine
clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley.
und er
Time
möchte,
doesn't grow on trees.
aber warum will er dann, dass wir es
Dear me, what's the
ausschalten?
matter,
Vielleicht
Stanley?
ist das...
Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume
Wir lassen
when you
das
saw
an,
that
oder?
timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door.
Aber das Ding ist wiederum, ich dachte gerade, dass dieser Button ihn vielleicht zerstört. Aber wenn er die Uhr ändern kann, ergibt das auch keinen Sinn.
One solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose
Ich glaube
in this
auch, er
place
will
is?
einfach der Boss sein und dass wir genau das machen, was er sagt und wir widerstehen aber.
You're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first.
Ich glaube, ich hab's
so
gerade
you
geschnallt.
can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Ich hätte eine Idee. Also es ist irgendwie was Offensichtliches, aber irgendwie habe ich da nicht dran gedacht. Und zwar, ich weiß nicht, wie ich das jetzt richtig erklären soll. Wir spielen ja Stanley, aber ich glaube, wir sind Stanley. Also ich weiß, das wurde ja auch schon ein paar Mal gesagt, aber ich glaube, wir sind Stanley und dieses... Nee, wie soll ich weiß nicht genau, wie ich das beschreiben soll. Und diese Stimme... Also, weil ich könnte theoretisch das Spiel, das ist halt so ausgelegt, ich spiele das jetzt Maus und Tastatur, ich könnte es aber theoretisch auch nur mit der Maus spielen. Ich kann also mit Rechtsklick halt auch gehen. So, und das heißt, wir drücken ja eigentlich die ganze Zeit nur irgendwelche dummen Button und egal was wir machen, wir denken, dass wir die Kontrolle darüber haben, aber eigentlich hat das Spiel die Kontrolle darüber. Ergibt das irgendwie Sinn? Und dass wir mit unserer Vorstellungskraft uns versuchen, irgendwas vorzustellen, aber eigentlich stimmt das überhaupt nicht. Weil das Spiel oder der Erzähler trotzdem die Kontrolle darüber hat. Irgendwie so, ich kann es voll schlecht erklären.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ja, wie wollen wir das durchbrechen? Ja, das ist halt die Frage, ob wir das überhaupt können. Also ich glaube, man kann hier gar nicht rauskommen.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
Warte
he
mal.
entered this was not the correct way to the meeting
Vielleicht
room.
ergibt das
and
auch keinen
Stanley
Sinn,
knew
was
it
ich gerade
perfectly
gesagt
well.
habe.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
Wir müssen
it.
noch mal was machen.
The lounge was grand, majestic. Perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Ja, wir resetten, aber... Warte mal, wir sind da noch
And
nicht
so
lang
he
gegangen.
detoured through the maintenance section,
Vielleicht
walked
ergibt
straight
das
ahead to
auch-
the opposite door, and got back on track.
Naja, hier gucken wir, jetzt sind wir hier wieder. Hat das irgendwas geändert? Wahrscheinlich nicht, ne?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Okay,
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he
Lass uns
might
noch mal
find
nach
coming to a
unten.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Also ich meine, hier waren wir schon. Ach, das war
But
das.
Stanley
Nee.
just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during
Wir sind
work
aber nicht
hours.
weitergegangen
He might be
letztes Mal.
fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished.
Scheiße.
His boss would think he was crazy.
Ach,
And
jetzt
then
sind wir wieder
something occurred
hier.
to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Ach,
All of
Kacke.
my coworkers blinking
Ja, das
mysteriously
hatten wir
out of
schon.
existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense.
Ja, ich komme
And as
nicht
Stanley
raus.
pondered
Wenn ich
this,
jetzt
he began to
hier
make
und dann
others.
hier. Ah ja, okay. Und
Das hatten wir
ja,
schon.
jetzt das Loch bohren. Perfekt.
Guten Abend, Roodhart. Roodhart schön 10 Monate crazy. Schön, dass es dich gibt.
Stanley
Lucas
decided to
3
go
love,
to the
Lucas
meeting
3
room.
love,
Perhaps
Lucas
he
3
had
love.
simply missed a memo.
Ich glaube auch. Sina, vielen, vielen Dank für deine 10 Monate. Ich hoffe, dir geht's gut. Schön, dass du da bist. Leute, wie haben wir nochmal diese Linie hinbekommen?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Ich glaube, ich weiß es. Weil da
This was
konnten wir auch noch
not the
so
correct
viele
way to the
andere
meeting
Sachen
room,
machen.
And Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was.
Ja, ich glaube auch. Ja, ich glaube nämlich auch.
But eager to get back to business,
Und was
Stanley
wir auch
took
noch
the
machen
first
können,
open door on his left.
ist da nochmal runterfahren, weil da gab es auch noch voll viele Wege.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
Da müsste
ago.
man doch auch irgendwie hinkommen, oder?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really.
Ich glaube, dass das
I
Spiel
realize that investing in
verschiedene
your
Jahre
trust in
Handlungsstränge
someone else
versucht
can
zu
be difficult,
parodieren,
but
mit
the
dem
fact
verschiedenen...
is that the story has been about nothing but you all
Kann
this
auch sein,
time.
ja.
There's someone you've
Ja,
been
dass das
neglecting,
über die Medien... Ja, das könnte auch
Someone
sein,
you
ja.
forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad
Das
to happen
könnte
to
auch
you?
sein,
Why,
ja.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I
Den
really
Auf-Knopf
do
können wir gleich auch noch mal
want to
testen,
help
ja.
you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Wir gehen
Now
mal direkt
listen
in
carefully,
Rot
this is
rein.
important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Wir machen das mal direkt.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we
Egal welche
just
Entscheidung man trifft, der Erzähler
stopped.
bezieht es einfach immer in die Geschichte ein, sodass man alles tun kann und der Erzähler trotzdem Überhand hat. Ja.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Hä? Hier wollte ich nicht lang.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful.
Nee, hier haben wir uns ja
No,
umgebracht.
wait. Where are you going?
Dann war das hier... Nee, hier wollte ich
Oh
nicht
no.
hin.
Stay away from those stairs. If you
Nee, hier wollte ich nicht hin. Okay, wir drücken mal... Wollen wir mal den Off-Button drücken?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Wir drücken mal
Stanley
den
decided to
Off-Button.
go to the meeting room.
Finde ich gut.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ich glaube, ich weiß wieder, wie wir den Pfeil bekommen haben. Hiermit können wir auch gleich nochmal reinschauen.
When
Ja, von der
Stanley
Plattform
came
sind
to
wir
a
schon am
set
Anfang
of two
runtergesprungen, dann sind wir
open
gestorben.
doors, he entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
Ach, da, wo wir eben waren.
just
Nee,
to
das geht
admire
nicht.
It was okay.
Okay, wir drücken jetzt...
But
Ich
eager
probiere
to
eine
get
Sache
back
noch
to
und dann drücken wir
business,
gleich mal den
Stanley
Off-Button.
took the first open door on his left.
Meinst du, dass die nach dem Tod kam? Kann auch sein. Ah, war die nach dem Tod?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section.
Dann versuchen wir es gleich
walked straight
nochmal.
ahead to the opposite door and got
Wir
back
fahren
on
jetzt hier
track.
nochmal runter. Dann drücken wir den Off-Button. Ja, du hast recht, stimmt. Ich dachte eben, dass... Ja, stimmt, wir
But
müssen ja
Stanley
wieder
didn't
zurück
want to go
ins
back to the
Büro.
office. He wanted to wander about
Du
and
hast
get
recht.
even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go
Links.
From here it's Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was
Stimmt,
to
du
the
hast
right?
recht. Ich muss da
What was
rein
I
und dann
thinking?
runterspringen, ne?
It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute?
Ah ja, stimmt. Das versuchen wir gleich nochmal. Und wir drücken den Off-Button.
Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story
Laura,
is
mach's gut.
absolutely
Schön, dass du da
definitely
warst.
this way.
So. Hä?
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
Merla,
Quick,
hallo.
Stanley, close your eyes. Okay.
Aber ich dachte, hier kam noch was.
Who am I kidding? It's all
Ich
rubbish
könnte es
now.
schwören.
The whole story completely
Becky!
unusable.
Es ist so wild hier, ne? Es ist so
wenn ich jetzt hier
wild.
und dann hier. Ah ja. Jetzt das Lochbohren. Perfekt.
Kleiner dan 3.
Becky, vielen Dank für deinen Raid. Hallöchen, ihr Lieben. Und Dankeschön für deine 14 Monate. Hallöchen, ihr Lieben. Schön, dass ihr da seid. Dosi, Hallöchen. Kenari, Hallöchen. Hanna, Hallöchen. Schön, dass ihr da seid. Was habt ihr Schönes gemacht? Habt ihr ein bisschen gequatscht oder habt ihr auch was gespielt? Ich habe eben am Anfang einmal kurz reingeschaut, aber dann bin ich ja selbst live gegangen. Ich hoffe, ihr hattet einen wunderschönen Stream, ihr Lieben. Wenn ihr die Becky noch nicht kennt, schaut unbedingt vorbei. Und ja, wir spielen hier was ganz Wildes. Ich weiß nicht, ob es jemand von euch kennt. Ihr habt Verwirrung gespielt. Wir spielen auch gerade Verwirrung. Also jetzt wirklich. Also wir spielen auch gerade wirklich Verwirrung. Es ist nämlich maximal verwirrend hier. Ach so, ihr habt, ja okay. Aber das ist interessant. Ihr habt Horror gespielt, das Game 0 verstanden. Wir spielen was anderes und verstehen das Spiel auch 0. Also dann geht's hier perfekt weiter. Ihr Lieben, falls ihr ins Bett geht, schön, dass ihr mitgeradet seid. Habt noch einen schönen Abend. Falls ihr noch ein bisschen hier sein wollt, wir spielen noch ein bisschen The Stanley Parable weiter. Ist ein richtig geiles Spiel. Wir haben es jetzt leider schon 3 Stunden gespielt. Vielleicht ganz kurz, was es ist. Wir wissen es nicht so genau. Wir starten immer wieder in einem Office, also in einem Büro und müssen immer wieder, wir haben einen Erzähler, der uns immer wieder verschiedene Wege vorschlägt, wir können aber auch andere nehmen und so entsteht die Geschichte immer und wir sind die ganze Zeit immer belegen, worum es gehen kann und wir sind so ein bisschen jetzt darauf gekommen, dass es eigentlich darum geht, dass wir eigentlich denken, wir haben die Macht, irgendwas zu entscheiden, aber eigentlich haben wir die Macht gar nicht. Also egal, was wir machen, vielleicht so ein bisschen schicksalmäßig. Könnte das sein? Was meint ihr? Das ist vielleicht so ein bisschen, dass man egal was man macht, das Schicksal, das könnte sein. Der Erzähler ist das Schicksal. Könnte das sein? Naja, wir machen mal weiter.
How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Also jetzt sind wir wieder hier. Ich wollte doch... Nee, so wollte ich das
All of his
nicht.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oder der
Stanley
Erzähler ist
decided to go to the
unser
meeting
Karma,
room.
ja? Oder
Perhaps he had
das?
simply missed a memo.
Es ist... Oh mein Gott. Okay, wir testen jetzt einmal den No-Button zu drücken und dann testen wir nochmal den anderen Weg zu gehen. Dann springen wir da wieder runter. Ach, jetzt sind wir hier.
What? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely
Doch,
fresh.
hier kommt der
Everything should
Pfeil
be-
gleich.
Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or...
Ja, Karma könnte auch sein, ne?
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just
Ich glaube, hier kommt gleich... Also wir sind
I
letztes Mal
know for
hier
sure that
reingegangen.
it's here somewhere. Okay then. It's an adventure.
Wir gehen jetzt mal hier
Come,
rein.
Stanley.
Weil hier
Let's
waren wir letztes Mal
find
nicht.
The story.
Das kennen wir noch nicht, ne? Oder? Hä? Jetzt sind wir hier. Oh mein Gott, mein Gehirn.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Alter. Hä? Ich dachte, jetzt kommt hier die Linie. Ach nee.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Nee, ich glaube,
Stanley
jetzt weiß
decided to go
ich's.
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ich finde es einfach so geil. Vielleicht ist es ja auch einfach genau das, dass man einfach nicht weiß, was abgeht. Weil jetzt ist nämlich das hier wieder.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from.
So, jetzt gehen wir nämlich zurück.
The other direction and see if we missed anything.
So. Jetzt geht's nämlich zurück und jetzt kommt gleich der Pfeil. Ah nee, jetzt war hier eine Tür auf, ne?
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Aber das haben wir ja alles schon gemacht.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building.
Die Tür ist weg.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Nee, Jumpscares gibt's hier eigentlich nicht.
I don't feel right about this at all. We both
Aber das hatten wir ja schon, also das haben wir eben schon gespielt, das ist mir bewusst. Ich will bei den Pfeilen einen anderen Weg gehen.
And this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
So, und jetzt kommt der... Ja!
All right. I've got a solution.
So.
This time, to make sure we don't get lost,
Pass auf, was haltet ihr davon, wenn wir jetzt einfach mal nicht dem Pfeil folgen? Oder wir folgen dem Pfeil erst und gehen dann woanders lang. Wir könnten jetzt... Ich will halt nicht den Pfeil wieder verlieren. Ich bin sehr verwirrt. Caroline, Hallöchen, wie geht's dir? Okay, ich höre schon, ihr wollt die Musik, ne? Aber wir müssen diesmal auf jeden Fall die Linie mal verlieren.
Nicht so tief, Rüdiger, nicht so tief! Tief! Nein! Bitte, bitte! Nein! Hast du das gesehen?
Okay,
warte, ich muss doch was anderes testen. Läuft ganz gut, wir checken nichts. Ich glaube nämlich, wenn wir so laufen... Was labert der schon wieder? Ah, wir müssen den Weg gehen. Sarah, Hallöchen.
Is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
Ich glaube, wir kommen zum Gleichen. Wollen wir es trotzdem noch einmal lang gehen? Ich glaube, wir können nicht woanders lang gehen. Sollen wir es trotzdem noch mal gehen? Ach komm. Ja, ihr wolltet doch die Musik, ich wusste es doch. Nee, wir können nur hier lang. So, jetzt gehen wir aber die Abkürzung.
Cut the music. Go back and look at that
Nee.
fern.
Ja, das haben wir alles schon. Es gibt hier doch keine anderen Wege.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Ach, schade. Ich dachte, wir können noch woanders lang gehen, aber hier gibt es keinen anderen Weg. Nee, jetzt sind wir hier schon wieder.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Wenn wir jetzt gleich wieder in...
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious.
Nee.
This all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Stimmt, das können wir auch noch testen. Aber das haben wir ja jetzt alles schon gemacht. Aber jetzt ist da wahrscheinlich diese Linie die ganze Zeit, ne? Nee. Okay, weil das haben wir, da geht's doch keinen
Even
anderen Weg.
now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Das hat er noch nie gesagt. Okay, wir testen jetzt Folgendes, weil ich das ja schon 80 Mal gesagt habe. Wir drücken jetzt mal Nein beim Button. Wir machen jetzt mal wirklich genau das, was er sagt. Die ganze Zeit. Okay, wir gehen jetzt einmal komplett und machen genau das, was er sagt. Und dann könnt ihr ja noch ein paar Vorschläge raushauen, was wir noch testen können.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So. 4.
The moment he entered his manager's office,
2, 8,
Stanley
5, 4.
froze in his tracks.
2,
Not a
8,
living soul
nee, 4,
anywhere.
5.
Could he really be all alone? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator
Wir sind zu schnell für das
talk.
Spiel.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Wie geil! Okay, wir sind zu schnell, wir sollen uns ein bisschen beruhigen. Alter, dass die an solche Kleinigkeiten gedacht haben, das ist einfach nur toll.
Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
So, jetzt geht's hier lang. Ich finde das wirklich, egal ob wir jetzt noch irgendwas rausfinden oder nicht, ne? Ich finde die Idee von dem Spiel einfach nur grandios. So, und es geht ja auch einfach nur darum, das ein bisschen zu spielen, einfach ein bisschen Brain aus oder an, je nachdem. Richtig geil, ich finde es richtig cool.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay, da gab es glaube ich auch noch einen anderen Weg, ich bin mir aber gerade nicht sicher. So, jetzt müssen wir hier. Ja doch, war richtig, war gerade verwirrt kurz.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Naja, das können wir ja gleich noch testen, Kaya. Das können wir ja alles noch testen. Jetzt testen wir erstmal das. Aber das ist auch noch eine gute Idee. Genau, wir könnten neuen Content machen. Dann müssen wir natürlich diesen ganzen Weg nochmal gehen. Aber wenn ihr wollt, können wir das machen. Ja, wir machen jetzt genau, was er sagt. Ach, das ist ihn. Ich glaube, ich habe Valia gesagt. Valia, Hallöchen. So, jetzt hier. Also falls ihr gerade neu dazugekommen seid und fragt, warum ich die ganze Zeit dazwischen rede, wir haben das schon gespielt und jetzt gehen wir nochmal durch.
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
So. Hättet ihr, wenn ihr das Spiel jetzt anfangen würdet, würdet ihr als erstes den richtigen Weg gehen?
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Nee, ich glaube, es macht auch fast keiner.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content.
Was ist das? Wir drücken jetzt gar nichts. Wir machen genau, was er sagt.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again.
Ich habe jetzt einfach mal gedrückt.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Hä? Oh mein Gott, das Ende. Also irgendwie ist das voll das gute Ende. Das ergibt voll Sinn. Und vor allem ist das halt irgendwie... Zurück kann ich nicht laufen. Es ist halt irgendwie voll so wie das Ende von Subliminal. Weil da ging es ja auch darum... Ja, so ein bisschen.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Ich habe gerade ein Achievement bekommen, schlage das Spiel. Irgendwie fand ich das voll geil. Weil wir versuchen die ganze Zeit den Sinn zu verstehen. Aber vielleicht ist der Sinn einfach, sein Leben zu leben und nicht alles zu hinterfragen. Und vielleicht einfach natürlich Dinge auszuprobieren, aber sie vielleicht nicht immer zu hinterfragen. Oder es könnte auch heißen, vertrau anderen, dann wirst du auch ein gutes Leben haben und mach nicht einfach irgendwelche anderen Sachen. Es kann so viel heißen. Oh mein Gott. Puh. Ja, ich kann die Tür halt nicht zumachen. Ich könnte mich jetzt wahrscheinlich, wenn ich mich jetzt nicht bewege, bestimmt gibt es irgendwie so ein Achievement, aber... Also keine Ahnung, ich finde, man kann das halt auf 1 Milliarde Sachen irgendwie interpretieren. So, was wollten wir jetzt eben noch
All of his
testen?
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Das bei New Content wollen wir machen.
Oh, good.
Nee,
You
sagt man noch
noticed my
nichts.
sign.
Vielleicht
Yes, I have something
sagen wir auch
very
irgendwann,
exciting
wenn
to
wir noch
show
mal eine
you.
halbe Stunde Zeit haben oder so, dass wir das noch mal eine halbe Stunde spielen, das Spiel oder so. Deswegen, wir gucken uns jetzt noch ein paar Sachen einfach an. Wir haben auch nämlich noch das bei der Frau, wenn wir zu der Frau gehen und nicht in das Zimmer gehen vielleicht. Jetzt müssen wir leider halt noch mal hier
You
stundenlang
see,
warten.
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Hä?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Wie die sich halt auch selber die ganze Zeit parodieren, ne? Also, weil nochmal, ich habe das eben schon erzählt, aber vielleicht seid ihr jetzt noch neu dazugekommen. Also, das Spiel ist eigentlich von 2013, wurde jetzt aber vor einem halben Jahr, von 9 oder 10 Monaten, gab es da halt eine Neuauflage von dem Spiel, eben diese Deluxe-Version, die aber halt auch neuen Content bietet. Und wahrscheinlich wollten halt viele eher halt einen zweiten Teil davon und nicht das gleiche Spiel nochmal. Es ist einfach nur so
Calling it the
genial.
Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation
die Zahl was
and
zu bedeuten, oder
long-term
was?
franchising potential.
Ach so, das ist unsere 427. Ja, ich verstehe. Hier, guck mal, Windows. Fotos. Ach, das ist so ein Office. Ach, das ist unser Office-Foto. Ach, da ist eine 42 drin. Jetzt habe ich, das ist mir da nie aufgefallen. Ach, das ist jetzt, check ich's. Wir sind in dem neuen Büro. Ich habe es gerade nicht gecheckt. Alle MacBooks hier. Oh mein Gott! 24/7! Also nee, wir sind ja 42/7. Das wäre geil, wenn wir in dem Dings... Warte, was? Aber stellt euch mal vor, wir wären in Zimmer 247 und nicht 427. Jetzt bin ich maximal verwirrt. Ach, Alter, mein Gehirn. Ich glaube, wir sind alle
Now,
maximal
to be
verwirrt.
clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
New Features. Ach toll. Ein Bus! Wow.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Okay, wir machen jetzt mal einen kurzen Spieletest hier. Merch. Leute, Ausrufezeichen Merch. komme ich nicht rein. Toll. Das ist natürlich eine tolle Treppe, ne?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And
Tiffany, hallo!
It's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
Wir haben jetzt einen Eimer.
In fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Danke.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable.
Bitte lass mich den Eimer behalten. Ach toll, wir haben jetzt einen Eimer
Does anyone
einfach.
give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Also das Spiel... Hä? Verstehe ich nicht. Wieso 12. Geburtstag? Get Well Someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday,
Das
step-niece, it is.
Ist genauso, wie wenn ich hier eine Umfrage mache. Blackhead, mach's gut. Schön, dass du da warst.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Es ist genauso wie ich. Achso, jetzt sind wir wieder hier. Ach, hier ist wieder der Jump Circle. Ja, den will ich aber nicht machen. Was ist das? Achievement! Free Achievement! Das soll jemand mit.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Oh nein! Mann, ey, die mobben mich. Einfach frech. Ich hack jetzt ein bisschen was. Jetzt ergibt das auch Sinn, warum wir die ganze Zeit
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Tastengeräusche hören, wenn ich irgendwas drücke, weil wir ja... ich bin so verwirrt. Ich höre jetzt auf, irgendwelche Theorien aufzuschreiben. Wenn ihr eine Idee habt, schreibt sie einfach. Ja, das stimmt. Wir sind schon lange nicht mehr gestorben, ne? Ich möchte jetzt keine Theorien. Nee, ich weiß selber nicht mehr, was ich sagen wollte. Ich check's einfach nicht.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game.
Ach,
In the
toll.
Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Okay, also hierbei machen sie sich definitiv so ein bisschen über andere Spiele lustig, ne? Can you find... Was? Nee. Can you find them? Can you... Ach, ich kann weiter geradeaus gehen. Oh, da ist ein Achievement. Ein Collectible. Bitte pack das in meinen Eimer. Oh Mann, es ist so toll. Oh Mann, ey. Ich brauch
God, it
das.
really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic. You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Nein!
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Boah, ich dachte, ich krieg nochmal neue. Ey, wo muss ich denn jetzt hin? Nee, das hatten wir. Herr Live ist ein bisschen verwirrt. Ah, hier waren wir noch nicht. Kann ich diesen Eimer jetzt mal weglegen? Guck mal, das ist fast Simfinity. Ich weiß nicht, ich habe einen Eimer gekriegt und kann den nicht mehr weglegen. Tiffany, das Spiel ist so wild, das kann ich dir jetzt so... Also...
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of.
Ich verstehe es ja selber nicht.
In a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Oh, das... Nina, bist du noch hier?
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so.
Guck mal, ich falle in ein
Now
Loch.
then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in
Wir sind
nature.
aus dem Loch
It's
raus.
more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look,
Soll ich mal sagen? Ich sage jetzt mal einen richtig tiefen Spruch, wenn der hier gleich fertig ist.
Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly infinite? If that works for you,
ja, das ist
then
okay.
go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Also, wenn man fällt und sich nicht versucht, an Dingen festzuhalten, dann ist Fallen wie Schweben.
Great. Now, I'm
Hä?
very excited to
Also.
show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Whee!
Oh, for heaven.
Kleiner Spaß.
You
Hallo!
see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole.
Das ist aber nicht
Goes
von
on
mir, der
forever
Spruch.
till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was
You
that
like holes
not
too much? Hat er das
Well, I
gesagt?
suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If
Hat
you
er das
decide
gerade
you've had enough of
gesagt?
the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length.
Alter, wie lange reden wir gerade über Löcher?
Let's pop back up to the top and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Okay, wir poppen
Well,
jetzt
there
nochmal.
it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Nee, das ist eine aggressive
How is
Mulde.
this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Geht nicht.
Is the,
Jetzt
teleport
mobbt er
button not
uns.
working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Jetzt mobbt er
Still
mich.
nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
Nee.
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to
Nee.
be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
Nee.
Take care, Stanley.
Nein!
I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Ja, ja, aber ich will raus aus dem Loch. Hallo? Oh mein Gott, wenn das jetzt ein Ende ist hier, ne? Oh mein Gott, das ist ein Ende. Willst du mich verarschen? Das kann doch nicht sein. Alter, warum haben wir denn zwei so Überkackenden? Oh nein. Oh je, oh nein. Die Musik ist toll. Und er fuhr wie ein Held in die Tiefe, um in neue Abenteuer aufzubrechen. Er wusste, dass er nicht mehr zurück kann. Doch ihn störte es nicht. Er fuhr tiefer und tiefer, um die Menschheit zu retten. Er hatte nichts dabei, außer einen Eimer. Und dieser Eimer, den hatte er, damit er ein Klo hatte.
Er änderte seine Perspektive und er fuhr tiefer. Und was ist die tiefe Bedeutung, wenn man den ganzen Tag an nichts anderes denkt, als in ein Loch rein und raus? Dann verliert man den Sinn des Lebens. Ändere deine Wahrnehmung.
Alter, dieses Spiel ist so geil. Gar nicht mehr, ey.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. You're no longer
Alter.
using up the space of mine.
What the fuck?
You're no longer
Ich hab gar nicht.
Alter, warum sind wir auf dem Kopf? Alter.
Bitte. Nein, hast du das gesehen?
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley.
Nee.
I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Ist das sein Ernst? Hä? Was passiert jetzt? Och, das ist ja frech.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Ach Mann, das war ja so toll. Gut, dass
For the
wir...
Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Also eben haben wir über Löcher gesprochen, jetzt reden wir also über Größen. Das ist zu groß, das ist zu klein und das ist genau richtig. Mehr sage ich dazu nicht. Ich habe nur vorgelesen, was da steht. So, was ist jetzt hier? Sag meinen Namen. Stell dir vor, der wüsste jetzt, wie ich heiße.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you roleplay as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
Okay.
Sleeping and waking as Jim. Falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim.
Stell dir vor, wir verlieren gleich den Eimer.
All the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your
Ja, stell dir vor, du
dreams
heißt
crumble
Jim.
into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Ja.
If so, then please step forward.
Leute, ihr seid jetzt auch alle Jim.
Yes, you see.
Alter, der wusste
What a
meinen
thrill,
Namen.
What a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
No! Oh!
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth
Auf
the
jeden
money.
Fall. Ich würde
Let's take a
sofort
break from
kaufen.
the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim.
Nein.
I'm putting the gym button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Nein! Nein! Jim ist weg. Nein! Julini, mach's gut. Ach Mann, Jim ist weg. Ich kann nichts machen. Ach, jetzt muss ich hier wieder raus. Ach, Jim Knopf. Oh, Jim Knopf. Deswegen hieß der Jim. Wegen Knopf, also Jim, also Knopf. Oh mein Gott. Leute, wir können jetzt nicht aufhören. Es geht nicht. Oh mein Gott.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Aber meinst du, die haben das mit Absicht gemacht? Ist Jim Knopf außerhalb von Deutschland bekannt? Boah, das wäre ja so heftig.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
Ja, total.
Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Da ist das Infinite Hole. Die 2, welche 2? Waren wir da schon? Ah ja, doch, da waren wir schon. Collectibles. Da waren wir auch. Gratis Erfolg, unendliches Loch. Hatten wir alles, ne? Da oben waren wir, da waren wir. Okay, dann geht's hier weiter. Okay, das Plakat habe ich jetzt nicht gesehen. Nein! Warum? Ich bin doch Weltmeister. Aber wo geht's denn jetzt weiter? Wir waren doch jetzt überall. Hier waren wir doch auch schon. Nein, hier waren wir. Da ging es auch nicht weiter. Vikavi, schlaf gut. Schön, dass du da warst. Lyra, Hallöchen. Sammelobjekte hatten wir auch. Hä? Warte mal, wir müssen mal gerade gucken. Also. Wir waren Jump Circle, The Map, Free Achievement, Button that says the name, Merge, Settings, World Champion. Ja gut, aber da konnten wir nicht rein, ne? Bucket haben wir, Office Decorations, Collected. Also drei waren wir vielleicht noch nicht. Hier, das heißt darum. Hä? Wo soll das sein? Der Eimer triggert dich. Wo steht denn Exit? Ach, da! Oh ja, das ist schlau. Das ist in der Tat schlau. Squatchy, Hallöchen, Dankeschön für dein Follow. Ah ja, das ist wirklich schlau hier. Da, wo Exit steht. Habe ich irgendwie nicht gesehen. Ja, mein Kopf ist schon ein bisschen durch.
Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Ja.
Ready to move on now?
Ja. Ist das Cristiano Ronaldo? Der sieht aus wie Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh, Stanley ist Cristiano Ronaldo. Na, der ist für nichts gut.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Ja.
Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
Soll ich mal sagen, diese Feature, die wir eben hatten, wenn die das so geil umsetzen wie hier, würde ich dafür Geld bezahlen.
There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, Let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable.
Welche 42,7? Moment, welche 42,7? Habe ich nicht verstanden.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
Nö, ist
sort
toll.
of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much
Hannah, danke schön
better.
für dein
I
Follow.
feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Boah, toll!
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a
Doch,
lot of
ist toll.
gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
So.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Dieses Spiel ist so geil. Wie kann ein Spiel so geil sein? Und jetzt sind wir wahrscheinlich wieder am Start.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soulless,
Hannah, das freut mich
Stanley
sehr. Das ist
relished
schön.
every moment that the orders came in, as though he had
Was
been
geht's
made
in dem Spiel?
exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley, wir wissen es auch nicht so ganz.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
Alter.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Alter, wie geil ist das? Mein Gott. Alter, es ist sogar ein anderer ich komme nicht mehr drauf klar.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story.
Der Eimer!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Ich kann nicht mehr, ey, wirklich. Das wird einfach von Sekunde zu Sekunde besser. Alter, Aki, Hallöchen, wie geht's dir? Alter, und ich wollte eben schon aufhören, Mann. Oh mein Gott, wie gut ist es, dass wir da nochmal reingegangen sind.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ja, das ist jetzt die Frage. Gehen wir jetzt links oder rechts? Alter. Wir können doch hier... Stopp! Mist, wir konnten springen.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort
Wir
now
hätten ins
more
andere
than ever.
gemusst, dann hätten wir darüber
Perhaps his
springen
boss's
können.
office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Warte mal. Ja, hier bringt uns das alles nichts. Ach, guck mal. Da kommen wir jetzt nicht rein. Aufs Klo können wir. Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Toll. Das haben wir alles schon. So. Hallo?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alter, können wir jetzt das ganze Spiel nochmal so durchspielen mit dem Bucket? Sandra, Hallöchen, wie geht's dir? Noch eins!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another
ja, hoffentlich gibt's ein Loch
Stanlerine
noch.
under your belt.
Oh, der Eimer ist dabei. Wie toll.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket.
Hä?
Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Gehen wir jetzt geradeaus oder gehen wir nochmal links? Wir könnten auch nochmal links gehen.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Stanley und der
Mind
Eimer.
Control Facility.
Oh, das ist so toll. Wollen wir nochmal hier links? Oder wollen wir lieber da rein? Wir könnten auch das Spiel nochmal richtig beenden und dann mit dem Eimer ins Dings. Ich will so viel noch. Okay, ihr sagt links. Wir gehen
Although
noch.
this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Alter, dass die das einfach nur mal alles aufgenommen haben und einfach nochmal The Bucket
The
dazu
door behind
gesagt
them was
haben.
not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them. Aimi,
los! Du rettest uns! Ah, warte mal, das war so ein bisschen weird da, ne? Wollen wir trotzdem noch mal rein? Ach komm, was soll's. So. Nein, der Eimer ist weg! Noch, da ist er wieder. Oh oh. Ja, genau, das ist, also eigentlich ist das Spiel genauso wie The Quarry. Ja, also ja, nein. Es gibt ganz viele verschiedene Wege einfach.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket.
I
But what
mean,
use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
Ich will
This is
darüber.
what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end.
Die haben das alles nochmal aufgenommen. Und haben dann nur noch mal einmal dazu gesagt. Also wir sind hier eben schon lang gelaufen. Wir kennen das schon.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Wo ist unser Bucket? Unser Bucket ist tot. Wo ist unser Bucket? Oh nein. Der Eimer. Heißt sie willkommen zur großen Ausstellung. Sie stehen am Abgrund des Wissens. Ähnlich wie ein Eimer ist auch der menschliche Verstand oft leer. Eine höhlenartige Leere. Aber durch die Absorption des Ausstellungsstückes vor ihnen wird der Geist voll bereichert und fundiert. Die Kenntnisse über den Eimer und seine Geschichte sind das einzig wahre Wissen, das wir wirklich haben. Werden Sie das, was Sie hier lernen, mit in die Welt hinausnehmen? Werden Sie aufgeschlossen akzeptieren, was an den Informationen in dieser Ausstellung herausfordernd sein mag? Werden Sie das Leben von sich selbst und Ihren Liebsten als Folge dieser Ausstellung verändern? Oder werden Sie die Augen verschließen und weiterleben wie bisher in Unwissenheit und Dunkelheit? Der Eimer.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 Eimer. Eine Fotografie von 25 Eimern. Die größte Anzahl an Eimern, die jemals von einer Kamera erfasst wurden. Der Fotograf erlitt mehrere Wochen lang einen katatonischen Schock aufgrund der Euphorie, die er beim Anblick so vieler Eimer auf einmal fand. Das sind eindeutig mehr als 25 Eimer. Ein Holzeimer. Inferno-Eimer, eine Nachbildung des Inferno-Eimers, der im Mittelalter eine so große Anziehungskraft ausübte, dass Dutzende von Nationen gegeneinander Krieg führten, um die Kontrolle über ihn zu erlangen. Milliarden von Menschen starben, doch trotz alledem bleibt die einfache Tatsache bestehen: Niemand kann einen Eimer kontrollieren. Alter, das ist so gut. Oh mein Gott. Höhlenmaleimer. Höhlenmalerei. Achso, da steht nicht Eimer. Entschuldigung, habe ich mir jetzt mal kurz verlesen.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Der hängende Eimer. Dieses Stück symbolisiert die notwendige Beziehung zwischen Eimer und Menschheit. Wie klar unser Verständnis des Eimers auch sein mag, es gibt noch mehr, das stets außerhalb unserer Reichweite liegt. Dieser Abstand ist unweigerlich zu unseren eigenen Besten.
But there is something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket should take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of the new world. A new
Hallo! Nicht! Ach Mann, das war mein Lieblingseimer. Ich werde noch einen Eimer nehmen. Wehe, da ist jetzt kein Eimer mehr. Ich will mit meinem Eimer noch so viel erleben. Wehe, wir brauchen einen Eimer-Emote. Oh nein. Ich brauche einen Eimer.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh, was ist hier los?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
This is never end.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Sina, mach's gut. Schön, dass du da warst. Und Sally, schlaf du auch gut. Noch ein Eimer!
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Noch ein Eimer! Noch ein Eimer! Noch ein Eimer! Wir müssen noch mal mit dem Eimer hier rüber.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Guck mal, Amy. Hier ist eine tolle Lounge. Und jetzt zeige ich dir aber was noch Tolleres. Wir gehen jetzt zu meiner Frau.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Ich kann nicht mehr, Alter. Oh mein Gott, wir können hier hoch. Oh. Ein Achievement, ja.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
What, Figlies?
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Och, ist das toll. Und jetzt? Ich sehe nix. Wo sind wir denn jetzt? Vanessa, schlaf gut. Schön, dass du da warst. Es tut mir leid, dass ich heute kein Ende finde. Aber es ist einfach so toll. Und nochmal das Anwerfen wird sich nicht lohnen. Oh nein, ich wollte erst noch gucken.
Okay, this is day number 295. Take number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense
Ja, das kommt auch auf YouTube.
anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down.
Ja.
It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get it.
Der redet wie der Taxifahrer aus Road 96. What the...
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the
Hab
bucket.
meinen Eimer wieder. Einfach toll.
Stanley clutched the bucket.
Aber ich muss doch
tightly
noch
to his
zu meiner
chest. This was
Freundin
not the
da.
direct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the
Mit dem
bucket
Eimer. Ich
calling
muss
to
den
him,
Eimer
telling
zeigen.
him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was
Wie
wrong.
traurig er das sagt.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Ab zu Inge!
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay, ich mach alles für
Stanley
die
did
Eimer.
not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Ich glaube, wir könnten rein theoretisch das gesamte Spiel nochmal mit dem Eimer spielen.
In here,
said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Ich kann ja nichts anderes machen.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Oh. Wow. Wo ist Eimer? Stopp. Eimer! Hallo Stanley, ich bin's, dein Eimer. Jetzt nehmen wir dich mit zur Arbeit.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Hallo, Eimer, wir arbeiten jetzt ein bisschen. La 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 la. Komm mit. La la la, wir gehen jetzt nach Hause, komm. So.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Komm, Eimer. Komm, wir gehen noch mal zur Arbeit. La 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 la.
Anyway, Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
Ja.
That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Aber, Eimi. La la la, hör nicht auf den Mann. Komm, wir gehen wieder nach Hause.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
La 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 la. So, Bucket, ich ignoriere jetzt alle in meinem Leben außer dich.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine
Ja.
to it.
Ist toll, ne? Der glänzt richtig. Natürlich halte ich dich für real, Eimi.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection,
Komm, wir
but
gucken
it doesn't
was.
quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
So, was wollen wir denn gucken? Ein bisschen luukaslive? Mann! Warum geht das nicht? Och, Nina, bist du schon wieder gestorben? Hä, ich verstehe das nicht. Ah, ich wollte euch was sagen. Ah, nee, ich sag's euch doch nicht. Aber war toll, Lukas live zu gucken, ne? So, la. Und normal den Tag erleben.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
La, komm, wir gehen wieder nach Hause. Oh, ein Dinner.
I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Hallo. Na du, kleine Sau.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
Nee.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
Nein.
I need it. Give it to me now.
Nein.
Give it or I'll...
Nein.
All of his co-workers were gone. Warmth swirled through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Alles gut. Ich hab den Eimer wieder. Oh. Whiteboard-Ending. Welcome to the Whiteboard-Ending. Dog-Mode.
Our hero claims a warrior's heart.
Stormy, vielen Dank für deinen Raid. Hallöchen, ihr Lieben. Xandi, vielen Dank für den Shoutout. Hitman 2 habt ihr gespielt. Wild. Ich hoffe, ihr hattet einen wunderschönen Stream. Schön, dass ihr da seid. Dankeschön für deinen Raid. Ich bin der Lukas. Wir spielen The Stanley Parable. Ganz wildes Ding. Richtig geil. Ich glaube, wenn man jetzt noch zuguckt, man checkt eh nichts, aber ich glaube, jetzt checkt man gar nichts mehr. Ihr könnt natürlich trotzdem dabei sein. Wir laufen die ganze Zeit mit einem Eimer rum und sind einfach Freund mit dem Eimer. Vielen Dank für deinen Raid, ihr Lieben. Lasst ganz viel Liebe da. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob ich das eben bei Becky gesagt habe. Ich hoffe, ihr habt natürlich auch alle ganz viel Liebe bei der Becky dagelassen. Schaut da alle mal rein. Schaut mal beim Stormy vorbei. Vielen Dank. Und es gibt auch einen Command für den Song. Ich weiß nicht mehr genau, wie der Command geht, aber es gibt einen Command dafür. Okay. So. Wir haben den Eimer.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Ah, danke, Nina. Ich will hier raus! Ah.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ah, es ist einfach nur toll. Es ist einfach nur toll. Ja, genau, wir spielen hier auch die Deluxe Edition mit The Bucket. Oh. Wie man die findet. Also ein paar haben wir ja schon. Das ist auch einfach toll, das Spiel. Red Room? Gab es irgendwo ein Red Room? Kann ich mich nicht daran erinnern. Danke. There will be a reward for finding them all. Ich will den finden. Ich muss ihn finden. Komm, wir gehen nochmal. Ja, da waren wir schon, ne? Wollen wir mal runter? Wir gehen nochmal runter. Ja!
You're getting close now, Stanley.
Ein
You've
noch.
nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number. And that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Aber wollen wir da auch nochmal raus? Ach komm, was soll's.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone
Das
had
ist jetzt,
vanished.
glaube ich...
His boss would think he was crazy. And then...
Das hat nichts mit BUCKI zu tun.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious.
Ja, okay, das hatten wir schon, ne?
Without my bucket, I've gone
Aber vielleicht rettet
truly
uns der
mad.
Bucket noch.
Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
BUCKI!
Could it truly
Ich
be?
komme!
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Ach, hier sind sie alle!
To me, Stanley! Find me!
Oh,
he
Mann!
had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity.
Wo ist
and
er?
then suddenly,
BUCKI!
he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from.
Wo?
The real bucket was inside of him
Au!
all along. It was incredibly painful.
Ja, das glaube ich.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Au, Alter, wenn du so einen ganzen Eimer in dir drin hast, das tut weh.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Alter.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
Hey!
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket.
Ja!
Of course he'd gone mad.
Na klar.
Ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home.
Nein, BUCKI war einfach weg.
How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought. And she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Na toll. Alter, es macht halt sogar Spaß, die gleichen Szenen nochmal zu spielen, weil wir jetzt BUCKI dabei haben.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Leute, das ging hier vorher rechts rum. Ihr könnt mir nichts erzählen, das ging hier vorher rechts rum. Wir sind jetzt hier schon so oft lang gelaufen, das ging hier nicht links rum. BUCKI!
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Also ich weiß schon, wie wir das Spiel beenden. Aber was testen wir jetzt vorher noch mit BUCKI aus? Wir könnten... Warte mal. Ah, nee, das geht nicht. Ja, genau. Ach, in den Himmel. Oh, scheiße. Ich glaube, da kommen wir nicht mehr rein. Oder beziehungsweise weiß auch gar nicht mehr genau, wie wir da hingekommen sind. Auf den Steg. Ja, ich wollte hier irgendwie gar nicht lang. Warte mal.
The meeting room. Yes, that's
Ja, aber
where
Input können wir nicht mehr
everyone
machen
would be.
hier.
Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Wir springen da nochmal runter, pass mal auf.
Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly... No, never mind.
Okay, pass mal auf. Ja, wir brauchen noch die eine Figur, ne? Da müssten wir halt auch noch runter eigentlich mit dem Eimer.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the... Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay, ich hätte noch...
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Eben hat er hier die ganze Zeit geredet. Jetzt bin ich ja mal gespannt. Das haben wir jetzt leider schon zweimal gesehen hier.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there.
Oh nein!
It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
Ja, eigentlich schon, Kaya, aber...
about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. Mit BUCKI habe ich keine Angst vor nix. La la la, gar kein Problem. Mit BUCKI gehe ich überall hin. Guck! What is this?
Now
Was?
then, I'm going to run you
Is this
through
a
some
bucket?
test scenarios.
Ach, das sieht ja toll
and
aus
you'll
hier.
tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Okay.
Simply
Bin
enough.
bereit.
This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Bin bereit.
Okay, let's begin.
Ja.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Ja.
Incorrect.
Ne?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Also, wusste ich. Ich muss mir das genauer angucken.
Item 2.
Ich kann da nicht hin.
Is this a bucket?
Nein. Ja.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Wusste ich.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Ja. Oh, ich bin der Bucket
This
King.
is a bucket.
So.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Ja.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Naja, ein Eimer kann sein, was ein Eimer sein will.
Is this a bucket? Correct.
Ich sag's.
This is a bucket.
Wir müssen den davon überzeugen, dass alles ein Bucket ist.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Nein.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Alter.
Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere. Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Ja.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game.
Nein!
Okay, here we go.
Nein!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Yeah.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Alter, es ist so geil. Gar nicht mehr, ey. Alter, oh mein Gott.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I... Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Okay, da ging es nicht weiter.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him.
Ich meine, theoretisch müssten wir doch jetzt dürfte doch eigentlich kein Bucket-Verbot mehr da sein.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind.
Aber egal.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meet, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Leute, ich kann nicht aufhören, weil ich dann Angst habe, irgendwas Geiles zu verpassen. Es geht nicht.
Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the adventure line and the broom closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Nö. Wenn Bucket nicht mitkommt. Mann, wir brauchen das letzte Achievement. Ja, ich möchte nämlich auch so ein Bucket. Können wir uns bitte einfach alle ein Bucket morgen irgendwo hinstellen?
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. This is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Aber nicht den Bucket. Oh ja, bitte. Fan-Treffen mit Bucket. Oh wow.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Nein.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Nee!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Nein, ich agree gar nicht. Du weißt doch...
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley.
Nee.
Say goodbye to the bucket.
Nein.
And then pop it into the machine. When
Nein. Glaub Spinne.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
Nein.
I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Gangsalat, mach's gut. Schön, dass du da warst. Oh nein.
The Bucket Destroyer.
Ja, richtig geil.
My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Alter, das war toll. Alter, ey. Oh. Oh.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, wir müssen jetzt gleich mal aufhören, aber wir machen noch 2, 3 Runs. Also eine Sache muss ich noch testen. Wir können übrigens, glaube ich, nicht... Ja, vor allem müssen wir doch das letzte Ding noch finden. Wir können, glaube ich, nicht... Wir gehen nämlich jetzt hier nochmal runter.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Ah ne, hier waren wir
office.
schon, ne? Hier war, glaube ich, einer. Ne, hier waren wir schon. Da waren wir aber auch schon. Habe ich irgendeinen wichtigen Pfad, den wir gegangen sind, vergessen? Ah ja, wir könnten den Stecker nochmal ziehen, ne? Weil als letztes würde ich gerne den ganz normalen Ausgang nochmal nehmen. Das geht doch eh nicht hier wieder. Ja, zum Telefon können wir nochmal nehmen, genau. Gehen. Okay, hier passiert nichts. Gut, da gab es auch keine anderen Wege, ne? Doch, wir könnten nochmal Ja drücken hier. Und dann gehen wir nochmal zum Telefon und dann machen wir den letzten Run.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
So. So. Dann gehen wir da nämlich nochmal rein. Dann sagen wir aber nein, wir jagen das Ding nochmal in die Luft. Dann gehen wir noch zum Stecker. Und dann hören wir auf. Dann gehen wir nochmal einmal raus und sagen, yo, alles toll.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
La la la.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped.
Ja, aber ich habe den ja nicht verloren, den Bucket, nur fast.
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
Sogar jetzt gerade schon mein Nachtmodus vom Monitor angegangen. Alles ganz gelb jetzt. So, das noch.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
So. Das noch?
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never!
No, no,
he
no!
Squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Der Eimer, der rettet uns. So, jetzt gehen wir hier
But
rein.
here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad
was sind
or
diese
content.
Zahlen?
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Fliegt weg!
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands. The one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery.
Ja, zu dem Knopf können wir leider nicht
Stanley
mehr.
and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Och, was für ein schönes Ende. Wir gucken uns jetzt bis zum Lebensende Vogel... Hä? Ja, toll. Okay, jetzt gehen wir noch einmal zur Frau, ziehen den Stecker. Und dann machen wir das, dann machen wir Ende, weil dann gehen wir noch einmal rein, machen das richtige Ende und dann ist Ende. Guter Plan, oder?
A weathered companionship
Seid ihr
that
noch dabei?
stands the test of time. Stanley
Muss ich das alleine hier
into his
spielen?
chair. This was not the correct
Ich muss
way
das
to the
jetzt
meeting
sehen.
room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
Mann,
telling him that the
wir brauchen
employee
unbedingt das
lounge
letzte
was simply the
Achievement.
place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the
Ich
meeting
meine, wir
room.
sind hier auch noch
Go
nicht
somewhere
runtergesprungen,
else.
aber das machen wir
The
jetzt auch
cargo
nicht.
lift, yes. Go there. Good,
said the bucket.
Weil ich
Now
glaube, da
ride the
sterben
lift
wir halt
all the
einfach
way to
nur.
the top. There's
Eigentlich
something up
müssten wir es
there
auch
I
noch
need
machen,
you to
aber
do.
Stanley did not question why or
Machen wir
how
jetzt
this
nicht.
bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious
Welche
fact.
Uhrzeit zum
He was
Schluss?
firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
So.
Now pick up the...
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke?
Ach
It's
so,
funny,
das, ja.
Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
Alter. Okay, wenn ich euch jetzt einen Witz erzähle, sage ich danach
This
auch
saying
immer,
is a perfect example of
I'm Dunny with the
expectations
funny.
management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us.
What the
and
fuck?
their
Was ist
children
jetzt
after
passiert?
them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Alter, was ist denn jetzt gerade passiert?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it?
Ja,
well,
vielleicht.
no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Oh je. La la la. So.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches.
Okay.
A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Hä? Ach so, wir sind hier noch, ja. So. So. So und zack.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers.
Ja.
I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now
Mann,
on.
ich wollte es
All
einmal
because
richtig
you
machen.
couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Hä?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Ja, mach das mal.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are.
Ach, Eimer sind einfach toll.
Still not... Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is.
Soll sich einfach ganz viele Videos angucken und dann lernt wie er witzig sein kann. So. So. Und jetzt machen wir the last round.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself.
Ja.
This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Ich meine, wir hatten
the
die,
bucket made
die
Stanley
Line
want to
von
be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Jetzt müssen wir leider noch mal einmal den Weg gehen, aber dann können wir endlich das Finale noch mal sehen. Und hoffentlich finden wir da dann unsere letzte Figur. Und dann ist Ende für heute.
Stanley and the Bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Wir sind ja jetzt Profis. Wir können das Spiel eigentlich schon speedrunnen, ne?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
So. Zack. Okay, ich wollte euch heute eigentlich noch zeigen, was für Spiele ich noch mir überlegt habe, was wir spielen können. Das machen wir heute aber nicht mehr. Wir düsen jetzt hier einmal noch durch.
Stanley and the Bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
So, jetzt müssen wir leider hier das nochmal alles klicken.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the Bucket both wondered to themselves.
So.
The monitors jumped to
Ja, hätten wir nur einen
and Stanley
Skip-Button,
nearly
ne?
dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
So. Zack.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
So.
No! He
Hoch.
screamed into the bucket. He
Ich bin
couldn't
wirklich
accept
gespannt,
it.
was jetzt
His
kommt.
own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
Ja, das stimmt.
At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Das freut mich, Björn. Schlaf gut. Ich hoffe, du bist
But
gut
here was the
vorangekommen.
proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very
Jetzt bin ich ja
place.
wirklich mal gespannt.
As the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery...
Jetzt bin ich ja wirklich sehr gespannt.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate.
Oh.
Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Hey!
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty.
Nein!
Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Nein!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, go to any lengths not
Tiffany,
to
schlaf
part with
gut.
the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place.
No.
Not while he has such a precious bucket in his
Ja.
arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the
Ja,
bucket.
hat wenigstens
To be
den
trapped
Eimer.
eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Alter. Ihr Lieben, das war The Stanley Parable. Nein, können wir nicht, weil wenn wir rausgehen, um den Eimer zu holen, geht die Tür zu. Vielen, vielen Dank fürs Zuschauen, ihr Lieben. War jetzt deutlich länger als gedacht. Ich hoffe, ihr hattet genauso viel Spaß wie ich. Falls ihr, die auf YouTube, falls ihr zum Beispiel Superliminal noch nicht gesehen habt, auch richtig geiles Spiel, auch das Ende da richtig geil, also schaut es euch gerne mal an, ich werde das hier mal irgendwo verlinken. Vielen, vielen Dank fürs Zuschauen und bis zum nächsten Mal. Tschüssi!